What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan. It's Friday, January 23, 2026. And yeah, runway is being used for arrivals right now. It's the only runway active for arrivals. We have one Boeing 747 on the way, Cathay Pacific Cargo, which is arriving from Dubai World Center and arriving from Dubai International, the Emirates A380. The 747 now is expected at around 10:30, so 45 minutes or so from now. The Emirates A380 is early, 12:35 is now its estimated time of arrival. It's cloudy, as you can see. The wind is blowing from the east, more or less. 10 knots, just a tad south of directly east. 4 degrees Celsius, no significant clouds are observed right now. I spoke too soon. We have parallel arrivals. The center runway is also being used for arrivals. North-south oriented runway configuration. Amsterdam in use as only runway for outgoing traffic. The wind is blowing from the east. That means that the airplanes are crabbing a little bit, but they're crabbing away from us. Welcome to the show, everybody. Marja, goedenavond. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Happy Friday. This is Delta Airlines Flight 90, arriving from Orlando, Florida, A330neo. 8 hours and a minute on the way. Klaas is celebrating today 10 months of membership. He writes, "Good morning, Boy. Happy to be here. Happy to have you back, Klaas. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. 10 months and counting. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If it's not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Looking forward to our next encounter in real life, which hopefully will be when it is a bit warmer than it is today. Phil Kestrel over there. I think he might have found some air taxi passengers, either Pinky or the Brain. Let's see, the next airplane to arrive is Air Arabia Maroc, Flight 127 arriving from Tangier, A320, with another Air Arabia Maroc, Flight 121 arriving from Nador behind it. 2 back-to-back Air Arabia Marocs, both arriving from Morocco, which is in the north of Volume on my laptop is a little low. There it is. That's better. Vueling will be next after that. And after that, EasyJet. So 4 consecutive A320s. Welcome to the show. Jan, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. Monica, Martin R, goedemorgen. Steven, good morning. Michael, goedemorgen. Jero, Danny, goedemorgen, good morning. Captain Jerry also back, welcome back Jerome. Rob Drop, good morning. Michael, good morning. Klaas, what are you doing, mate? Klaas just went ahead, gifted 10 memberships. That is extremely generous. Thank you so much, Klaas, for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Klaas or dankjewel. He understands more than one language. Don't forget to have fun with custom emojis if you are one of the recipients of a gifted membership. 34 of them, and you can use them however you see fit. So enjoy the membership. Welcome to the Skylines, those new members. And Klaus, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity so early on in the stream already. The Firefighters are coming. The firefighters are coming to town. David Wolf, goedemorgen. Mr. Mika, goedemorgen. Dark Laguna, good morning, goedemorgen. Hey John, good morning mate. Roy, goedemorgen. Sander, goedemorgen kerel. Richard, goedemorgen. I am Yayodi, good morning, goedemorgen. Ray, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show everybody. A320 Fest. First time filming arrivals at the Polderbaan with the new tripod, and I already noticed that I should have turned my tripod a bit further. I have a zoom remote control that I have attached to the handle, the carry handle of my tripod, and I should have positioned it a bit further to my left. So now my two hands are getting in each other's way, more or less a little bit, when I'm filming the roll out, the butt shots over there. See, I also forgot to level the tripod. That's done in a cinch with this unit. Just a little bit more. Yeah, that's ballpark level. Nice morning butt shot. First 777-300 of the show is also approaching. KLM 592, arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Maurice Morhan was doing a morning swim, then he got onto land and now he is practicing running. Dag Nienke, goedemorgen. Transporter David, goedemorgen. Haha Kuiper, goedemorgen. Peet, goedemorgen. Next A320, Hans favorite, Vueling, flight 8300, arriving from Barcelona. EasyJet A320 arriving from Paris up next. That seems like it might be a relocation flight. 9049 call sign. Don't recall EasyJet flying to and from Amsterdam from Paris. So I'm thinking that's probably a relocation flight for some reason. In the meantime, Malky has turned into a 30-month member. He is celebrated today. He says, morning, I've restocked the Iron Brew. Probably mispronounced that. Is it Iron Brew? Probably. That's probably an O that's missing. It should be Iron Brew. Iron Brew? If it's Iron Brew, let me know. And Malky took it on him to restock the lounge with Iron Brew. Iron Brew. Iron Brew. K1 is celebrating, I'm celebrating as well. Malky, thank you so much for your long-standing support. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat. I hope you will stick around for many more months to come. If anything in the lounge is amiss, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better then. 30 months and counting. Congratulations and thank you so much once again, Malky. So EasyJet is landing, the firefighters are coming, K1 is celebrating with fireworks. Everything comes together. James DJ Prive, good morning. MDD 53, good morning. Mark Wolf, good morning. And MDD 53 just became our latest Aurora Skylands Lab member. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence, MDD. A warm welcome to the show. The firefighters are also giving you a salute. Check it out. They're enthusiastic today. They're enthusiastic today. Thank you and welcome MDD53. Don't forget to have fun with those custom emojis. close. Life's not too bad if you're a firefighter here at Schiphol Airport. Yeah, Iron Brew. I thought so. Well, thanks for the clarification, Malky. Returning from Frankfurt, Embraer 190. Adrie, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. Everybody else who may have joined in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It helps to bring in more people in the future. First, 777 of the show, KLM flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg in South Africa. This is a 777-300 that has been flying now to Amsterdam for 10 hours and 42 minutes. It's the PHBVD. It used to be Marissa's beloved. It used to be in the SkyTeam livery. One of 3 airplanes, 2 still remaining. Only the BVD has been repainted into the standard schedule, the standard livery, the standard color scheme of KLM. Allegedly because it is more hard to see damage on the fuselage. That is silver instead of blue and white. Either way, BVD is not special anymore. Just another 777. First flight of this airplane was in August 2009, and that makes this one 16 years old. Hans Horst, goedemorgen. Ronaldo, goedemorgen. Sander Shinobi, goedemorgen kerel. Peter, goedemorgen. DB Wolf, goedemorgen. Harry 1971, goedemorgen. Henk Hogeveen, goedemorgen. Evert Vinken, goedemorgen. Good evening, Jeff from Townsville, Australia. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is still Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan. Old, trustworthy Polderbaan. The wind is blowing from the east. Just about double-digit wind speed. Means that the airplanes are crabbing a little bit, but they are crabbing away from us. Malky will be on the 777 in 4 weeks. Korean Air, nice. Going soul searching in Seoul. And Jerome, thank you so much for your super chat. Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, writes, I bet the evening shift of firefighters are jealous that they are not on stream with AMS Live and Boy. I bet they are. Now, I do also bet they probably are on rotation shifts, and all firefighters will at some point have morning shifts where they have stand a chance of being featured on the stream. That's the silver lining, I think. Sooner or later, they'll all get their turn. Now, you really didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across, Jerome, but thank you for doing it anyway. So, yeah, new tripod, standing here in semi-hard, semi-soft ground. Was experimenting first with maybe taking off the removable feet. Now I have them reattached because they do have a relatively big surface area. It does seem more stable than it used to be with the old tripod. I think it would be even more robust on solid ground like tarmac or something. Still much less torque, much more stable. Just less space for me to put the attachments on. So, like I said, my zoom remote I also have attached somewhere, but that's only on one location where I can mount it, so I need to think about how to position it with respect to the traffic. Learning curve, so far I'm still thoroughly enjoying the new tripod. It's much firmer, it has ample drag. This is just setting 2 of 7 that I have it on, and already I have to work hard sometimes to keep up with the airplanes. That means the drag is more than enough. Should keep things stable. Looking forward to seeing how that will evolve during windy conditions. KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas up next. In the meantime, Peter is celebrating Derper 1973, 4 months a member, and in Dutch he writes, continue, please continue boy, I will definitely continue to support you. Thank you so much Peter for the kind words, for your ongoing support. I will definitely keep on going, regardless of what will happen. And I'm looking forward to have you with me in the chat when that happens going forward. Thanks for the support thus far, Peter, and for the kind words, and congratulations on 4 months of membership. In the meantime, Malky just now went ahead, gifting 5 memberships. Malky mate, thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. Supporting the channel as a member yourself for 30 months, and now 5 new members courtesy of you. I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership will enjoy their membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Malky. If you enjoy the membership and it expires, consider renewing it or maybe gifting somebody else a membership who might also enjoy it as much as you did. Malky, thank you so much once again, and welcome to the Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. S. Haynes, good morning. Oliver, good morning. And thank you, Peter, for your super chat as well. Ga zo door, hoor, which is Dutch for continue the way you are, or I think should be translated as A in this context. Flock of birds on the right, airplane on the left. That airplane is Delta Airlines Flight 142, yet another A330neo. It's been a long time since we last saw A350s from Delta. I'm sure they'll return at some point, but not yet. Good morning, it's JG. Monzi is also celebrating today 8 months of membership. Canadian flag, heart, heart. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Monzi. It's always a pleasure to have you in the chat. And I hope that everything in the lounge is still very much to your liking. If it's not the case, hit me up, let me know what I need to change, or could change, or should change to make things better. Now, also Sander Sakei, aka Sander Shinobi, he is celebrating today 25 months of membership. Keep it going, he writes. I have my balaclava on. Here it is. Now I'm Boy Shinobi as well. Nice and warm that thing is. Absolutely. Only €5 on Temu. Mate, thank you so much for your support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Even more fun when you are coming over, which you do on a regular basis. Always gezellig. I will keep it going if you keep on coming back and keep joining us. In the meantime, Arjan van Vught also coming in with a bang, 10 gifted memberships, and that is not the first batch of 10 gifted memberships. Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, and Sander Shinobi all followed in Arjan's footsteps. That is incredible. Guys, thank you all so much. That is really insane. A warm welcome to those 30 new members in just a few minutes. If you are the recipient of a gifted membership, don't forget to say thank you to whoever it may have come from. If you don't know, doesn't matter. Come back in the chat and at least say thanks and test out those custom emojis. 34. That you have at your disposal for a month if you are the recipient of a gifted membership. Have fun with them. A massive big thanks once again to Arjan, to Captain Jerry, and to Sander Shinobi for all 3 of your extreme generosity. Absolutely amazing. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined you watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This has been Delta Airlines Flight 142 using the reversers getting loud. I hope that the ambient volume is good. If it is too loud or too low, let me know, because I can alter it relatively easily. And will happily do so if you guys think that the volume is too loud, if it clips, or if it is too low and you're not hearing everything properly. I always listen before going live at the volume levels, insofar as you can assess that through headphones, small earplugs. If you guys are noticing something which I haven't noticed, let me know. If the volume is too loud, too low, if it's out of balance. Next airplane arriving is KLM flight 678, arriving from Calgary in Canada. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. The flight time has been 8 hours and 41 minutes. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Foxtrot. 6 years old, first flight December 9, 2019. Was a KLM wide body using their reversers. Rookie pilots. Somebody has to report to HQ. What was that? That's not supposed to happen. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Didinho078, 7 months a member. Goedemorgen, good morning, guten morgen. That's good morning in 3 languages, Dutch, English and German respectively. Didinho, goedemorgen, guten morgen, good morning. En thank you, dankjewel, danke, en gefeliciteerd, congratulations, gratulieren. Let me reply in 3 languages for your continued support as a member for 7 months. I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. If that's not the case, let me know what I need to improve and I'll get on it. Turkish Airlines is up next, A330-300, has the potential to get loud. Flight 1951, infamous flight number. Google it if you don't know what I'm talking about. 2 hours 59 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration for this flight, 15 years old. First flight January 2011. Chat. Goedemorgen Jackie. Servus Wolfgang, who was skiing in Dachstein West yesterday. Kaiserwetter, or as my hotel would probably call it, wolkig. They would call a day like this, heiter, cheerful. Right. Different strokes for different folks, but the weather report from my hotel in Austria in Saal in Hinterglemm was funny. Curious where they got their weather reports from and when. Next up, KM Malta, A320neo arriving from Malta, flight 394. Behind that will be a KLM 737-900 arriving from Paphos. Just about visible, top left. Airplane number 3, usually at the 7 o'clock of the number 2, should be a KLM A321neo arriving from Paris. I don't think we can see that yet. It's too hazy. It's too hazy. TravelNet asks if KLM pilots aren't allowed to use reverse thrust. No, of course they are allowed to use it, but hardly ever do you see them use it, which is why we joke about it, that it's company policy, it shouldn't be allowed. We're even sometimes wondering if there are reversers equipped on the wide bodies of KLM, jokingly, of course. Now, it's always pilot's discretion. Obviously, pilots here know that there are multiple reasons for not using the reversers here. Saves wear on the engine, you save fuel, it's less loud. You can use the momentum of the rollout to increase the speed and the speed with which you will arrive at the gate. You still have a considerable taxi ahead of you when landing here at the Polderbaan, of course. So there's no need to slow down unnecessarily and unnecessarily early if you don't have to. So often the wide bodies from KLM just roll out, idle reverse, or sometimes even no reverse, but usually it's an idle reverse landing where the slots open but they don't spool up the engines. It does bleed off some of the thrust. It does help on paper a little bit with braking, not as much as of course applying the brakes and or using the reverse thrust, but it's a rarity and that's why we joke about it. I have the blimp with me with the microphone oriented forward because we have a double-digit wind speed, and with the dead cat that would result in wind rumble. You can probably hear that the wind is blowing this way. With the sound of starting airplanes blowing this way. In fact, here is the airplane that we heard moments ago. So right now Polderbaan is the only runway in use for arrivals. That means parallel departures. I think. Yeah, they're not using the Karbaan this week with the wind blowing from the east and having increased to double-digit wind speed. Absolutely right, Ronald. No reversers is less fun. Absolutely, which is why we enjoy it when they do use the reversers. But whenever a KLM wide body is actually using the reversers, it's all the more surprising. Looks sunny at Schiphol, says Wolfgang. Yeah, it's Kaiserwetter. This is what you would call Kaiserwetter in Hinterglemisch. A321neo KLM flight 1402 returning from Paris. Russell and a crony flying to the other side of the water. And now Russell is following, by the looks of it. Which is good. We'll continue turning back to the glide slope where a KLM wide body is approaching. KLM Flight 676 arriving from Edmonton, Canada is up next. It's an A330-200, 8 hours and 51 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel Alpha Oscar Alpha AOA. 20-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in August 2005. Next after that, KLM Flight 598. That's arriving from Cape Town in South Africa, to be precise. So we're hearing an A220 or an E2 Embraer. The infamous whale sounds, Wookie howl, signs of the presence of geared turbofan engines. Those birds located? Was that before the airplane or were they behind the airplane? I couldn't see. I did see the flock of birds, but I think bird control, or is that not bird control? Let's see, who's that? No, that's not. That's T6. With a little wave. Tango 6. Good morning, Lee. Good morning, Dirk. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Stranger, good morning. Hey, nice. Ricardo will be coming to Schiphol next week, Friday. I hope that the weather will be good. Not sure if I had to scroll for reading Ricardo's longer message. Now I'm not sure if my chat window is updated. Don't think it is. KLM Flight 598 arriving from Cape Town in South. Some fiddling. Right. Oh. Come on. Not seeing the very end of the live chat window, so let me just close the window, paste the URL again, go from top chat to live chat, zoom in, scroll down, and yes, that's better. Let's quickly turn back. Delta Airlines Flight 74 is about to land. Another A330neo arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. There it is. And thanks for the heads up there, Nicholas. As expected, the Cathay 747 will be landing here on the Polderbaan. The only runway open for arrivals right now. Adi Gerrit, goedemorgen. Mike Vincent, goedemorgen. Stefan, goedemorgen. Good morning. Jeff, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, where one 747 is going to land before the A380 will. Both the A380 and the 747 expected for this runway. Hey, nice. Nicholas says that there is an Iceland Air underway with a 757 as well. Pieter, goedemorgen. Wouter, goedemorgen. Marjan, goedemorgen. Remco, goedemorgen. M. Visser, goedemorgen, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen, good morning. We have another Dreamliner underway. KLM Flight 749 arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, right next to 9 hours and 7 minutes on the way. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Kilo. Approaching the runway with 150 knots of speed. The airplane you're now looking at is 5 years old. First flight was in December 2020. Seems that we've crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you guys are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes if you want to help this channel reach more people in the future. It'll help greatly. Croatia Airlines up next, flight 450, A320 arriving from Zagreb. Two airplane glide slope shot, albeit a very vague glide slope to look at. The airplane that you see as number 2, top left, is Transavia flight 6592 from Salzburg. The Croatia A320 is in the Star Alliance livery, the 9A CTO. departures really good today. The wind is blowing all the sound this way. For those of you wondering, yes, you do also sometimes get a whiff of jet fuel over here when the airplanes pass by. Wolfgang wonders if the runway is icy. That should not be the case. There was a warning for icing, but that's only for the northernmost provinces in the country. We have had rain here overnight. My car was wet from rain, not from condensation. But it must have been only a few droplets. And here in this part of the country there were no warnings for icing. Well, technically speaking, there was a yellow code, a weather code yellow for the province of North Holland, where technically Schiphol is situated in. But no, it's much further to the north that there were severe or more severe risks of icing on the roads. Next airplane to arrive is Transavia flight 6592, arriving from Salzburg. This is the Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Juliet. Flight time has been 1 hour and 17 minutes. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2017. Butt shot coming in. Airplane overshot the exit a little, or did it? No, I think we are a bit... No, wait. Well, not sure. Either way, it doesn't matter. Hey, Harry has arrived. Harry Heron, there he is. SAS flight 1553 up next, A320neo arriving from Stockholm. Now, it's not completely doom and gloom over here. If you look around, you do see that the clouds aren't extremely dense and there are patches of blue sky visible here and there. Not sure if it is going to open up or if it is going to stay like this, or if it even gets more gray as the day progresses. Didn't pay attention to the weather report that much yesterday. Mostly checked what the wind was going to do today and if runway use would change versus what it has been the last couple of days. The answer is not significantly. Last 3 to 4 days the wind has been very constant with respect to both direction and speed. Next up, Tarom, flight 361 arriving from Bucharest, 737-800. The sun is shining. Kinda, sorta. Well, it is shining, but the clouds are in the way. Technically speaking, the sun is always is shining. Here we have Chris and Curtis Coote. I've yet to see any bird use that one of those staircases that they've constructed here. You always see them jump onto land, out of the water. They're bypassing the stairs. Now either that means they haven't discovered it yet, or they're using it when we're not seeing it, or these are all young birds that don't need the stairs for getting into and out of the water. things unnecessarily complex. Good morning, German Monster. Patrick, goedemorgen. Yusuf, goedemorgen. Good morning. Dolf, goedemorgen. Good morning. Welcome to the show, guys. Qatar Cargo up next. Flight 8201, 777 freighter arriving from Doha. The Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Quebec BFQ. Jeff probably rightly says that any bird trying to use it would topple over backwards. It is rather steep, isn't it? Well, truth be told, I've seen these ramps in parks as well, where I did see birds using them. So I can, in fact, on a serious note, say that these birds are able to use them without necessarily toppling over. Although maybe they repositioned their weight distribution, become more front heavy. Stranger says, remember when Tarum used to fly the baby bus? Absolutely, I do. Good times, good times. Yeah, baby buses are becoming ever more of a rarity. Only now and then will we still see one from Air France. Air Oinkoink is next. Air Oinkoink is next, and 2 airplanes after Air Oinkoink, the only 747 of today's show. Cathay Pacific Cargo, arriving from Dubai, flight 2067, is now on the glide slope, number 3 to arrive. And there it is, the numbers 2 and 3 on the glide slope. Good morning. Chris Rico, good morning. Pete Alding, good morning, mate. Welcome back. That was Air Oinkoink, flight 1251, returning from Istanbul. Next up, KLM flight 980, arriving from London City, and then it is 747 time. Comes, let me rehydrate. A small sip of vodka will do the trick. Good stuff. Adi Boede, goedemorgen. And only 4 baby buses left in the fleet of Air France, Nick says. There you go. I think I still saw one the other day, maybe yesterday. Or last week, not sure. Several flocks of birds and M1 747 that is approaching. Those bird flocks are undoubtedly closer by. And now also no longer in the immediate vicinity of where the 747 is going to fly past, by the looks of it. You're hearing the sound of the Embraer 190 landing right now. This is Cathay Cargo flight 2067 7478, arrived from Dubai World Center. Took the scenic route where Emirates usually takes 6.5 hours to get here from Dubai. This airplane has been underway now for 7 hours and 54 minutes. The Bravo Lima Juliet Charlie 12-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in June 2013. Bird control is also over there. I'm not sure if they agreed on doing a drag race or if it is just a coincidence. If it is going to be a drag race, the bird controller better start driving, otherwise he's going to lose. Right, let's look and listen. Will it get loud? We'll find out soon enough. Not too bad. A drag queen indeed. That's a nice one, Ronald. Nice lighting as well. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying, but you haven't done so already. It'll help to bring in more people in the future. In 2 hours or so from now, the Emirates A380 will land here as well. Now going back to regular traffic after the 747, always a bit disappointing. Next airplane to have the honor of landing right after the 747-8 did is a KLM Embraer 175, the mighty KLM Embraer 175, flight 1918, arriving from Zurich in Switzerland. Mind you, there is an A320 from ITA right behind it. That will be the next airplane to land thereafter. Nice combo shot of Ford and Embraer. And Groucho Kent is celebrating today. Happy Friday from The Hague. And Groucho Kent is celebrating 9 months of membership. Thank you so much, Groucho, for your continued support. 9 months and counting. I hope that everything has been to your liking in the lounge for those 3/4 of a year. For that 3/4 of a year. If not, let me know what I need to improve or what can be improved and I'll get on it. There's the 747. And another big bird is pulling up. Quite clearly audible. In the meantime, Wouter Bot is also celebrating. He is celebrating half a year of membership. Mede dankzij Marja. Well, thank you, Marja, for the membership of Wouter. Half year and still up and around. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Wouter. If not, let me know. A320 from ITA having arrived here from Rome, flight 108. Absolutely lovely machine. Where there's one, a second one is never too far away. That should be the flight from Milan then, considering that this was the flight arriving from Rome. In the meantime, Martijn is also celebrating. Martijn Slotboom 1.5 years of membership, 18 months, and he writes, still loving it. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Martijn. Happy to hear you're still loving it. If anything can be improved on, let me know, and I'll get on it. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, and I hope you'll stick around for many more months to come. Let's quickly turn back. Ah, okay. Maria told Wouter how to celebrate the anniversary on screen. Well, there you go. Thank you, Maria, for showing Wouter how it's done. Or at least telling him. Metaphorically speaking, showing. Vueling flight 8365 arrived from Malaga up next. Hans' favorite. KLM flight 758. And next after that, that's a 777-300 arriving from Panama City. Next after the 777 will be a 787-10 Dreamliner. I'm going to grab some painkillers because I'm starting to get a little headache. I'm not sure if that's because of cold. It can not possibly be, I think, because of how warm I'm dressed. Also with the balaclava, but still it feels a little like a cold-induced headache, and I'm not talking about cold virus, but cold ambient temperature. Take pain medication with a sip of vodka, always a good thing to do. Do as I say, not as I do. There we go, that should be better. Gloves back on quickly. No engine part on the right engine. Before the reverser slot, you could see it was grey, not yet in the color of the livery. Next up will be KLM flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas, 787-10 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Romeo BKR, which is underway now for 9.5 hours. 787-10 Dreamliner, brand new, first flight August last year, 2025. It's less than half a year old. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. If you joined us only minutes ago, you may have missed the 747 from Cathay Cargo landing here just now. Next quad-engine airplane to land here is the Emirates A380, which is expected around 12:30 it was earlier. Should have a look on Flight Radar in a moment. Just to check. See that Jay is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Jay Ramy. And Miss Magic Memories, good morning. Martien, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Nice wheelie there from the pilot flying. Absolutely lovely. Hey, Yillard is celebrating 9 months of membership. Thanks for the continued support, mate. Always nice to have you in the chat. Was nice meeting you last year in person. Looking forward to our next encounter. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Thank you, Yillard, for the ongoing support. John McKenzie is also back in the chat. He says, drink water, you'll be dehydrated with the cold. I will make sure that I do. Don't you worry. And thank you for the word of advice. Now another one of my heated glove batteries just gave out. So we'll replace that in a moment. Wolfgang says that there's a KLM 747 next to lineup or runway 18 center or right. Lindsay is watching in class without the teacher knowing. Better be careful not to turn the volume up too much then. Lufty up next, flight 2302, returning from Munich. DLB. 18 left. All right. KLM 747 apparently will take off from 18 left in a moment. Definitely hearing something spool up, but that sounds more like something big or something with big engines, I should say. Maybe a wide body from center. Oh yeah, I think I see something moving. We're probably hearing the big bird taking off from center. Or was that a big bird? Was it an A321neo? Watches in, earplugs in. Are you allowed to wear earplugs these days in school? Back in my day, if I had headphones on, the teacher would see it and say something of it. Times are changing, that's for sure. Well, also something taking off further away. Well, that too is not a 747 yet. And you're right, Ray. This is educational content. Absolutely it is. In the meantime, narrow bodies galore landing here, E2 Embraer and a KLM A321neo respectively. After that, we are going to see a Chinese triple. So hopefully the 747 will take off before that. There's definitely something big rolling now. But I think that might be on the center runway, what we're hearing. Thinking it's over there what we're hearing. Delta A330. KLM E2 has landed in the meantime. We're still waiting for that 747 from KLM to become visible. It's rolling. Okay. Well, in that case, that must be it. Yeah, it's hazy, and this is what you see from here when things take off from 18 left. Just a contour. Although when it moves a bit higher, it does become a bit more easy to discern details. KLM 747. Well, there you go. Good morning, Vroom. Vroom, vroom. Guten Morgen, Thibault 66. And Martin, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan 18 right. Only runway in use for arrivals right now for another 12 or so minutes. Then parallel arrivals, the center runway will start being used again for arrivals. Now it's being used for departures. With wind blowing from the east, more or less, a little south of east, we still have a north-south oriented runway configuration in place. One 747 was on the way before the A380 would arrive, and it has already landed. A380 still is underway. Next up will be a Chinese triple now. If there's one airplane that has the potential to use the reversers and get loud, it's this one. China Southern Cargo, flight 2573. This is a 777 freighter, 12 hours and 2 minutes underway. The Bravo 2081 is its registration. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in August 2010. You're right, Wolfgang, but now at least we know with certainty. If you don't test it, you never know 100% sure. With 100% certainty. English is failing. I need some vodka to make it smooth again. Alright, 777. Let's look and listen. Could be far worse. Not too bad at all. Fidel Castro over there. Let's have a quick look at Flight Radar, shall we, and see where the A380 is and what its estimated time of arrival now is approximately. Screen. My flight radar is having trouble loading the map. At least it did. There we go. So the 747 we already see. This is the Arch Pride, which will be leaving for Lima pretty soon. That's also alive on flight radar. And the Emirates A380 is still firmly expected around shortly after 12:30. Quick look at the weather. The meter in the ticker updates automatically. It's probably not changing that much. A few clouds at 3,200 feet right now. It's 5 degrees C with 11 knots of wind. That means a fridge with wind. Relatively low pressure. No significant changes expected. No ceiling. That's the current status quo over here. Transavia in the meantime landing here, arriving from Innsbruck. Using the reversers. Bas says that the departing airplanes are very audible, and that is, if you saw the meter just now, not a surprise. The wind is blowing all the sound this way. So yeah, that amplifies all the ambient sounds that you hear from the main platform area, including the departures. Lots of Temu packages indeed. More balaclavas. €5 balaclavas from Temu. Brian de Haan, goedemorgen. Good morning. Brian is tuning in from Toronto in Canada. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It helps to bring in more people in the future. Next airplane is the second ETA of the show, where there's a second one is never too far off. We already saw ETA Flight 108 arriving from Rome, and this is 120 arriving from Milan, and this is a cute little Bombardier C-Series 100. Or A220s as they're also called these days. Flight time 1 hour 36 minutes. Irish registered EIMVE Mike Victor Echo. 1-year-old airplane, first flight November 2024. Ciao ragazzi, benvenuti. That's from the main platform area. Either an E2 or an A220. Throttling up or throttling down. I want to welcome to the show, everybody. If you just joined us, you may have missed the Cathay Pacific, the Cathay Cargo 747-8 that landed here on Polderbaan. 1.5 hours or so, 1 hour 40 minutes from now, the Emirates A380 is also going to land here. Polderbaan is the primary runway for arrivals. Although in 5 minutes from now, approximately, the secondary runway will open up. And today that should be the center runway, so we're going to get parallel arrivals for 40 minutes in a few moments from now. Then from 11:40 until 1, once again, Polderbaan, this runway will become the only runway for inbound traffic. In the meantime, we have German Airways landing here. One of their Embraer 190s. In fact, this was one of our favorite airplanes when it still had a chocolatey livery. The Dupree. Today, flying as KLM Flight 1828 and returning from Stuttgart. Goedemorgen, good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Hope you guys don't have to go to the toilet too much because of the location of today's stream. You might also pick up on this little stream. We're not too far from that stream, though not as close by as we've been before. Next airplanes are visible. EasyJet A380 arriving from Gatwick. Dries lined up 18C. Wolfgang says, I'm not sure that I follow what you're saying. Oh, the orange sprite you mean. Right. I think it is rolling as we speak. Yeah, and that too, although it is recognizable as the orange sprite, it's looking a bit colorless and vague. Yesterday it was a much better day for a stream. The weather was far superior to what it is today, but there you go. It will get better here. The days are lengthening. It will come again. That good stuff. That sunny weather. Hey, this is Giselle. It's Brazilian Jesus Giselle. Having arrived from London Gatwick. Next up, German Airways, flying under the moniker of KLM Flight 1352, returning from Prague in the Czech Republic. Glide slope visibility seems to have improved a little, or at least the backdrop has become a bit more contrasty. Dossie is next. German Airways, Embraer 190, arriving from Prague, 1 hour and 5 minutes underway. The number 2 that you're seeing with the lights on at the 10 o'clock of the number 1 is Norwegian. That's a MAX 8737 arriving from Stockholm. Traffic overhead, which I'm hearing but unable to see. It's already above the clouds. Oh, I thought so. Thought I saw a predator bird sitting there being pretty. Oh, I was just about to say, he's not going to, is he? Highlight of the show. What a shit show. Two vehicles that look alike driving over there. What's that? Training vehicles or technical? Not sure. Oh, Heymans. Technicians undoubtedly then. Alright, the MAX 8 from Norwegian up next, arriving from Stockholm. Should have mountains on the back. Separate video incoming, not sure, boss. If only I could, well, I could go for not monetizing that video and just paste it with D12, I shit on you, as the accompanying music. Certo, which undoubtedly in some language here on Earth means certainly or sure. The G will soon be in the house. Aegean arriving from Athens, flight 3624, A321neo up next. 2 hours 58 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration, Athens and Istanbul to Amsterdam, usually around 3 hours. Iberia, flight 731 arriving from Madrid after that. That's a regular A321. You can make a GIF and send it to Schiphol. Yeah, could do that. Not sure if that would be helpful, but it's definitely within the realm of possibilities. Lord Andrew also back in the chat. Now, Lord Andrew, if I recall correctly, it was you who just yesterday, after I had to end my stream, sent a sizable donation through PayPal. That was you, wasn't it? Revenue. Thank you so much for that. You really did not have to do that, mate. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Raoul, goedemorgen, good morning. Trekkerspot, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Buddy, goedemorgen, kerel. Lurking thus far today. Well, nice of you to show up in the chat and say hi. Securitas and Securitas on the other side of the runway. Those 3 dots, I think, is their logo. Private security firm that is probably being hired by Schiphol to also patrol the perimeter. It was you what much appreciated, Lord Andrew, yesterday. Yesterday, after I had to wrap up my stream, I received a sizable PayPal donation. It was from Lord Andrew for lost revenue. He wrote along with it. Much appreciated, mate. You really didn't have to. But it's nice that at least I was able to remember that that was you, so that I could thank you while on camera and during the live stream. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. We have an Embraer 190 over here in the foreground, arriving from London City, and the airplane that you saw turning in the background, that's Air Canada Flight 808 arriving from Toronto. That's a 777-300. Pure Raven, good morning. Tuning in from the UK, newbie here. My favorite plane is the KLM. Well, in that case, you are very lucky. We do see them every now and then over here at Schiphol. Do you have a particular airplane type that you prefer the most, Pure Raven? If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat like Pure Raven just now did. It isn't mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. There are many people watching, so if you have a question, don't be shy and don't be afraid to ask. Many are watching it together, they know quite a lot, so they'll happily try to answer any questions that you might be having. KLM Flight 982 arriving from London City. Air Canada 808 up next. Still relatively far away. 777-300 ER, or as we say over here. And this is the Schiphol. Charlie Foxtrot India Tango Lima C Fittle. I do as I see Fittle. 6 hours and 32 minutes on the way. 777-300. The airplane is 18 years old already. First flight March 2007. It's a Canadian airplane, but doesn't have a Quebec in the registration. So is it really a thoroughbred Canadian then? They do have a maple syrup logo on the tail, probably. But that's the least that they can do, can't they? South Island Aviation also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Fritz, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. The Kamar just now driving past. The only people I have seen here thus far, actually. Honestly, no, wait, one person who did a morning run passed me by, but that is it. It's eerily quiet over here, despite it being a Friday and it's dry. Really remarkable. Gertin and Jacqueline are also back. Good morning. And Mark H also back in the chat. Welcome back, mate. Tuning in from Hong Kong again. Hope all is well, Mark. Just curious, what temperatures do you guys have in Hong Kong during the day this time of year? It's probably pretty stable throughout the year, isn't it? Or is there some seasonal variety? Wow, that was tremendous. We got a wheelie, we got reversers. The landing was pretty buttery. Full bingo card landing. 17 degrees. That's Celsius probably, right, Mark? As I asked the question in my head, I already started thinking, no, Hong Kong is a bit higher up than, for instance, Singapore. Singapore is more constant. You probably have more variation in Hong Kong, being further north. Little, what we call in Dutch, bijzon. What was the English term for this again? Optimus Toaster has also returned in the chat, and Optimus is celebrating a membership anniversary. Almost 2 years, 2 more months of being green, 22 months. So 1 year and 10 months as a member, and he writes back at a beautiful time. AC never fails to stun. Well, this time they definitely did not fail. Absolutely they didn't. Perfect timing if you were in time to see it. Optimus, mate, thank you so much for your continued support as a long-standing member. I hope that everything in the lounge is still very much to your liking. If it's not the case, hit me up. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you're going to stay around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Martin says it was a bit warmer in Malaysia. Martin says it's 5 degrees C in Haarlem. That's also what it is over here, more or less. And I see that Yorkshire Biker, aka Paul, is also back. Paul, welcome back, mate. Opal as well. This is a hybrid livery. The bottom of the airplane says BA, the top says German Airways, and Flight Radar says KLM. It's missing a NATO logo, but other than that. Now, it's 11:10 and the first parallel arrivals are only now arriving. If you look at Flight Radar, you can see center has become a secondary runway for arrivals right now. On paper, that should last until approximately 11:40. I hope that will be the case. In that case, it means only a short stint of parallel arrivals for now. It is looking like the sun is starting to shine a bit more brightly. The clouds seem to thin. Looking in the direction of the southwest, the sky is more open. Now the wind is blowing from over there, just a tad south of directly east. This is where the wind is blowing from. You can see there is a difference between what the south looks like and what the north looks like. The north definitely has denser clouds, and the south definitely has more open skies. Rob Lerp also returning in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. I hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. This is AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, now one of 2 runways temporarily in use for arrivals. It will turn out to become the only runway again in a half hour or so from now. Caleb Flight 1056 giving us a butt shot. And Mark H just now giving a membership, a gifted membership for a month to 10 new members. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. So many batches of 10 gifted memberships already in this show. A lot of new members. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership today will thank the gifter. Enjoy those custom emojis. Mark, mate, what are you doing? Thank you so much for your stupendous generosity. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines, those new members. Don't forget, those 34 custom emojis don't come at a budget. You have unlimited access to them as long as you're a member. I highly encourage all members to use those custom emojis as much as possible. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure that you do. And while you're on the subject of having fun, if you are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like. It will bring in more people in the future to make it even more gezellig, as we say in Dutch. Now, KLM 737 also doing a little wheelie. And what we also saw on the road next to the runway was either Russell, no, not Russell or Sheryl Crow, but Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal over there doing wishy-washy. Pijpen Buigertje asks, how do you know it will be only landing runway in use in 30 minutes? Good question. One of the resources that, if you don't know it, I can highly encourage you to look into if you want to know what runway use will be, is Bezoek Bus. Over here we have LVNL, where you can see the active runways in use, and you can also see what runway use was like before. There's also a website called Bezoek Bus, which is bezoekbus.nl, and if you go there and scroll down a little bit, here you can find read more, and here you can see the expected runway use for the upcoming hours. From when till when, which runway will be used for arrivals and which will be used for departures. Now, as somebody who has been streaming here for more than 3 years already, by now I know more or less what the runway use is like during which windy conditions, and without even looking I can almost predict it. The times are almost always the same. Only every now and then do they change. Like for instance, in the period when there were reflections during sunny days of the solar farm, the solar panel farm further to the north. Then they changed the times temporarily, but usually it's always the same. And one of the time slots for 2 runways open for arrivals is from 11 until 11:40. Good question, keep them coming. In the meantime, Dirk Contour is celebrating 20 months of membership, and he writes 20 is the new 19, while you're only as old as you feel. That's what they say. Age is just a number. Thank you so much, Dirk Contour, for your continued support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still very much to your liking. If it's no longer the case, let me know. I say it, and to me it sounds like I'm a broken record at times because I keep saying it, but I do mean it. If you have suggestions, let me know. If I can improve things, I'll certainly take it into consideration and see what can be done to make things better for you guys. You can see that there is wind blowing from the east. The airplanes are crabbing, but they're crabbing away from us, which makes it look a bit different from what we are used to here. The predominant wind direction here is southwest, but now it's wind from the opposite direction. It's also the cause of why we are hearing the departure so well. This is KLM Flight 765, arriving from Bonaire. A330-300, fuck D. Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Delta is the registration, fuck D. That's not me cussing, that's just citing the registration of this particular airplane. Fuck D, Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Delta, as in fuck D and thy parents for having you. Which is an example of what you could say to somebody who you don't like that much. If you want to use Dutch directness. The infamous Dutch directness. Parallel arrivals are in progress. KLM Flight 1198 arriving from Oslo is approaching the center runway. And here too you can see it's hazy. It's not the crispest of looks. 737. Next airplane to land here on the Polderbaan is an Embraer 190, KLM flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen. Veronique, goedemorgen. Timothy, good morning. Anchor, good morning. Butter! Yeah, it was a sweet landing. A330s. Known as butter machines by some. Timothy says, I hope you get over your cold. I'm not suffering from a cold as it is, Timothy. I was having a bit of a headache that was probably due to the cold temperatures, although that has gotten better already. If you think I have a cold because my nose is runny and I'm sounding a bit stuffed, that's because that's how I'm built. I feel perfectly fine, but whenever ambient temperatures outside get low, my nose starts running like Usain Bolt. But I feel perfectly fine and healthy otherwise. German Airways with the new pointillism inspired tail, German flag, but in dots. Best iteration thus far. Yeah, I'm always jealous of people who can go out in cold weather without getting cold hands, because that too is something that I suffer from, and without a runny nose. It runs in the family, quote unquote. But yeah, no, family members have it too. My uncles, my mom used to have it. Cold weather and a nose that starts running like crazy. It's JG is back. Next airplane approaching the center runway, KLM flight 1030. Huh? That's arrived from Manchester, Manchester. Are they going to do a runway inspection over here then? Why else would this 737 arriving from the west be assigned to the easterlymost runway? Oh, yeah, this is what I was talking about. My hand's getting in the way. Still getting used to the new tripod. I'm also experimenting with feet on and feet off. When you take the feet off, there are spikes. And those can settle in hard soil. But over here, if you press a little, your tripod will only sink further into the ground. So I felt like I needed more surface area to keep it straight. So I'm using the feet, but I haven't rotated the tripod far enough to the left. So now my zoom remote is in the way when I'm panning and filming stuff that is in the direction of the tower. Jamuis, goedemorgen. Nout, goedemorgen. Mr. F, good morning. J-Ro, good morning. Tuning in from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Welcome to the show, one and all. It does look like there is another airplane turning in for Polderbaan, arriving from Edinburgh, A320neo. It is still far away. Usually when this happens, a runway inspection will follow. So I'm already looking around, using the camera. I'm not seeing, or is that the bird controller over there? No, just a sign behind the heron. No signs of a runway inspection further south. And I'm also not seeing any vehicles on the runway further to the north. While a bit more zoomed out, you can see that there are birds over here, but not in the water, above the water. The seagulls. We're waiting for the A320neo arriving from Edinburgh. In the meantime, another airplane to the center runway, KLM flight 1850. You might sometimes hear sort of a whistle sound that's emanating from that box over there. Cloud-based measuring equipment in that box. So if you do hear that whistle, that 3-tone whistle, that's where it's emanating from. Now granted, I'm not always hearing it whenever I'm here, but often you do. Not sure if they have it on all of the time, probably not. Also inviting the Schiphol elephant in the room again. So in an hour or so from now, Emirates A380 should be landing here, an hour and 10 minutes to be precise. I also see a Qatar 777 freighter arriving from the east. Unfortunately, that's going to the wrong runway, more than likely. Hey, is that also somebody over there? Nice. Not completely alone. There's also a person standing over there with a backpack. Here's our next airplane arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland. EasyJet flight 27836 A320neo. Flying parallel to it, a little bit ahead of it, but to the center runway is KLM flight 1230. Arriving from Gothenburg, Embraer 190. Hey Thijs, goedemorgen. En Gineke, goedemorgen. And good morning all others who have joined in the meantime. Patrick, good morning. It's 11:25 and on paper that means another 15 minutes of parallel arrivals. Not sure if it will actually be 15 minutes or maybe more, maybe even less. They did begin late with parallel arrivals today. Not sure if that has to do with not much traffic getting in, or if there's another reason for doing that. And I'm also not sure if that has consequences for the time they stop, if it is traffic dependent or time dependent, and if when they start later they necessarily also continue with parallel arrivals longer, or if they keep the duration the same, around 40 minutes. We've seen before, a couple of weeks ago when we were here, and they started 10 minutes earlier, that they kept on going even a bit longer than normal. I think one of the last times we were here, it's supposed to last only 40-minute stint, actually almost lasted an hour. We'll see. Unfortunately, it will mean that the Qatar 777 arriving from Doha is, and you can already see it on Flight Radar happening, it's turning in to the glide slope of the center runway. And only very far away is there a KLM A330 approaching Polderbaan, so we can have fun watching the airplanes to the center runway in the meantime. The next airplane to the center runway, KLM flight 1284, vaguely visible. Let me see if I can locate it. There it is. Embraer 175, arriving from Aalborg. KLM flight 1284. Hallo Martijn, goedemorgen. And Patrick asks if it is a hitchhiker. That thought also crossed my mind when seeing that person with the suitcase on the other side of the road. What a location to have ended up if you are a hitchhiker. Right, it's almost directly at the other side of where I'm standing, and slowly but surely making its way to the center runway. KLM flight 1284, and it's followed by Qatar flight 8207. That's the 777 arriving from Doha that unfortunately is going to the wrong way. From Qatar, just about becoming visibly. There it is. Hard to spot. In the meantime, one filming the Embraer just now. The police also passed by. And there it is. This is Qatar flight 8207. Hey, and is that... Hey, that A330 is... Bastards! That A330 is also looking to be on the glide slope to the center runway. Once again, I'm looking around me. Is there a runway inspection in progress? I'm not seeing anything as we speak. You can see the flex in the wings. It's not just Dreamliners that have flex in their wings. It's just more pronounced with the Dreamliners than with the triples, but you can see it. Upon landing and deployment of the spoilers, you see deflexing taking place as well, but just not as pronounced as with the Dreamliner's wings. That of course drop significantly more, or at least the wingtips do. Another airplane is taking off. That must be runway 18 left. Another Bijzon, as we call it in Dutch. Over there, one of those effects that you have when the sun is shining and you also have some clouds. I'm looking around, I'm not seeing any vehicles, any flashlights, anything. I do see bird control, but bird control is not doing an inspection of the runway. No, there. There he is. Yeah, that's not an inspection. Meanwhile, KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto. Over there. That's an airplane that is getting away from us. An A330-300 that was supposed to land here. On paper, normally it would have. Now the next airplane to the Polderbaan is already on the glide slope. It is Delta Airlines flight 136, arriving from Detroit. Nice A330. High potential to get loud. Oh yeah, parhelium, that makes sense. I know, I knew it, but I couldn't think of the term. Yeah, parhelion, Bison, a second sun on the left. All right, Delta on the glide slope, and there it is. Albeit vaguely visible, there it is, Delta Airlines Flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Now I'm wondering how many more airplanes are going to be headed for the center runway. Sky Express, KLM arriving from Stockholm behind it. Are those still going to go to the center runway? Probably. I don't see anything immediately after these two airplanes arriving from the east, so it would make a nice finale for this stint of parallel arrivals. Delta Airlines Flight 136 up next, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 6 hours and 58 minutes of flight time. November 815 November Whiskey is the registration. Wasn't it the case that all of those A330s from Delta that have registrations ending at November Whiskey used to belong to Northwest? Or are there also exceptions to the rule? Airplanes that do have the ... and November Whiskey at the end, but that didn't belong to Northwest at some point. Hey, Sun Express also already going to the Polderbaan. Thanks for the heads up, Nicholas. So either there's still one more airplane going to... No, that's already the last airplane then. If Sun Express is already going to the Polderbaan, then so too will the E2 behind it. There you go. Polderbaan once again having become the only runway for inbound traffic then, de facto. Not too bad, not too bad. In the audio department, that didn't sound too bad, did it? In the meantime, Peter Olding is celebrating. Peter Olding, 19 months a member already. That's 1.5 years plus a month. And during the stream, as always, Pete writes, Pete, thank you so much for your ongoing support. More than 1.5 years already. I hope that those 19 months have been to your liking. If anything is no longer to your satisfaction, let me know. Anything with regards to the lounge and the membership, of course. Haha. Duh. In all seriousness, if anything is amiss, let me know, Pete. That goes for all members. But in your case, let me know. That also goes for Jordi Ying. Jordi Ying is celebrating 2 months of membership and writes, keep up the good streams. I will do my utmost best, mate. Thank you so much for the support. And to you too, I say I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If anything is amiss, let me know. And I'll see what I can do to make things better for you guys. Flight 1042. It's narrow bodies galore for the time being, but it isn't one after the other Embraer. Luckily, we do get a little bit of variation. We're starting with the MAX 8737 arriving from Izmir in Turkey. Sun Express Flight 944. 3 hours and 13 minutes on the way. Izmir does lie a bit more land inward to the east than, for instance, Istanbul. Not sure if 3 hours and 13 minutes, it seems like a tad fast for the journey. Tango Sierra Tango Charlie Sierra Mike Romeo is the registration. It is a brand new airplane, that means less than a year old. It will turn 1 in May this year. We'll get geared turbofan engines after that, three pairs of them. E2 Embraer from KLM, followed by an A320-300 from Air France, followed by another KLM E2 Embraer, and after that an Embraer 190, also from KLM. For those of you just joining, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and after a stint of parallel arrivals for 40 or so minutes, 30 minutes, we're back to being the Polderbaan being the only runway for inbound traffic until approximately 1 o'clock. And in that period, the Emirates A380 is also expected. It should be landing here in an hour or so from now, around 12:35. Its estimated time of arrival has been all throughout the morning. Only one runway for arrivals will be open by then, and that is this runway, the Polderbaan. If you join us later, you may have missed the landing of the only 747-8 of the show thus far. Cathay Cargo, arriving from Dubai. Next up, an E2 Embraer 195, then an A320, then another E2 Embraer 195. The E2s from KLM and the A320 from Air France. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help to bring in more people in the future. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching, and together they know a lot and will more than likely be able to answer any questions that you might have. You might be wondering, how good is contrail visibility? Well, as it happens, there is one twin jet coming my way from behind me. That is decently visible. Yeah. The contrail is decently visible. The airplane is still a bit vaguish. Maybe here it is a bit more clear to see. The tail and the engines seem to have a dark color. What could it be? Is that the A then? No. There's an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM. Chibil 4459 says hi. Hi to you, Chibil. Welcome to the channel. Nice of you to say hi. A320 up next. Air France flight 1500 arriving from Paris. Patrick says BHR in 16 minutes. Gineke says looks like a space shuttle. And Christoph 87 EasyJet says hello. Grüße euch. Allen Grüße aus Oberösterreich. Grüße zurück und herzlich willkommen. Space shuttle. Well, that space shuttle is headed for the northeast right now. And Jackie is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Mate, welcome back. A320, 44 minutes on the way. Air France flight 1500. De Verhapnige. Foxtrot Hotel Papa, November Golf. Has returned. Oui, oui, on a du fromage. À bientôt. Merci beaucoup. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Etc. etc. Birth control on the left. Front row seat. Imagine being in that car. What tremendous look they will have. Mr. Blue Sky. is celebrating 27 months of membership. A very good channel to watch. Good job, boy, he writes. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your continued support. Happy to hear you're still enjoying. I hope that everybody in the lounge still is. If anything is amiss, do hit me up. Let me know. And let me see what I can do to make things better for you guys. Thank you so much, Mr. Blue Sky, for your continued support. Paul, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Rotterdam. Rotterdam. 010. Another A220 up next. KLM flight 954, arriving from Newcastle. Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Sierra. Uffel 80, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Welcome back, mate. Floaty touchdown of the E2. KLM landing for you, keeping up the speed. Vacate lane, salute to the gate. And no icing at Schiphol, Edwin, no. I didn't encounter any slippery roads on my way over here this morning, nor were my windows frozen. And over here too, the roads were moist but not frozen. I think that the icing risk was more for the northerly provinces. Although I do think on paper the Dutch Met Office issued a code yellow for the province of North Holland yesterday. Let's take a sip of vodka, rehydrate, and it's back to follow airplanes. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Christophe for your super chat with no accompanying text. Christophe 87, thank you so much. Hermo, goedemorgen, good morning. Herman van der Veen, very Dutch name, but tuning in from Ludus in Romania. Hey Roger, good to see you again. Welcome back, mate. Pascalio, good morning. Rotterdam, the prettiest city in the world. Why do I think you might be living in the area of Rotterdam? It's JG says it did ice for me, and where was that exactly? That was P3 authority. Can't touch me here, bitches. Now the authority on the other side of the canal yesterday was all friendly and all. It was the non-airside guys, of course. It's always them. Drenthe. Ah, yeah, but that was one of the provinces that got issued a code orange, if I recall correctly. Drenthe, Groningen, Friesland, the three northeasterly most provinces. I think the Met Office issued a code orange for high icing risk. Yeah, it should get colder in the upcoming days here in the Netherlands, with daytime temperatures dropping a few degrees more. Hopefully with a bit of sunshine like we're now having right now. That makes all the difference for the perception of the temperature. Not sure what the wind is going to do. I didn't think it was going to subside that substantially, so really happy that I now also have a balaclava that Sanders Shinobi purchased on Temu on my behalf. I'm hearing propellers. There isn't an A400 or something in the vicinity of me, is there? Or the Coast Guard? Now, hearing hearing stuff. I'm seeing something overhead, but that has jet engines. Oh, that's so annoying. It's an airplane that isn't producing a contrail. I do see a small contrail, but that's not what I'm hearing. That's not what I'm hearing. This isn't what I'm hearing. That's just a lufty Airbus, probably. Oh, that's so annoying. You can hear it. I'm sure you can hear it on the ambient mic as well. You can hear the prop. Antonov 12, there you go. Yeah, I heard it, but it's not producing a contrail, guys. It's like finding a needle in a haystack then. Particularly if you have cirrus clouds as backdrop. Makes it all the more difficult to find. Right, Antonov 12 that was. I couldn't find the SOB. You can see it's hazy, at least here on ground level, but the sun is getting out more and more. Means I can also wave to you guys at home and say hi as a shady figure. Being the shady figure that I am. Next up, KLM flight 1788. Embraer 190 and an Embraer 175 arrived from Humberside next after that. And for a moment I was thinking, will it be a return of Captain Wheelie? But the answer is sadly no. Unfortunately, not today. It's been a long time since we last saw an Embraer 190 from KLM doing a long wheelie. Let's see, KLM flight 972 up next, arrived from Humberside. Ah, there's a 777 flying west of me, downwind to the north. Arrived from Sao Paulo, flight 792. Does look to be further out at sea. And that makes it harder for me to see. I am looking to see if maybe by any chance I happen to spot it, but it should be somewhere over there. West of me. Hold up. One of the few people that are here today, other than me, man walking his dog. Have a look at the dog. What a cutie. Somewhere over there should be a 777. I'm not seeing anything. What a shame. We'll see it soon enough though, no doubt about that. Malky says, I'm surprised you couldn't see the smoke from it, as it sounded like they had the coal boilers on the Antonov at full power. Yeah, well, clean coal is what they were burning apparently, Malky. Couldn't see a thing. I could hear it. Kept looking. Yeah, on my next visit I will rotate the tripod another turn. That should make it better. The Aesthetic Clothing asks, what is that whistle that I'm hearing all the time? That's coming from over there. And in this box there is cloud-based measuring equipment. So from that box you keep hearing that sound. And that's how they measure how high, if there are clouds, and if so, what altitude the clouds are situated at. Good morning, Dutchie66. Good morning, Lance. And good morning to all others. Robo 860, good morning. Latif, good morning. Right. I think there our next airplane is at. That's an A320. arriving from Erbil in Iraq. BH Air operating on behalf of Airlines, arriving from Erbil in Iraq. 4 hours and 59 minutes on the way. Lima Zulu Bravo Hotel Mike is the registration. It's going to get busy with wide bodies pretty soon. I do see a few now on flight radar that is coming this way. Airlines arriving from Erbil in Iraq. A320. Only barely do we see it. Five hours on the way now. A 20-year-old airplane. First flight May 2005. Gineke has to go, another meeting is waiting. Gineke, you do know that you should prioritize the right things in life, right? I'm pretty sure that other meeting is not as important as this live stream is. If you have to go, you have to go. At least thanks for joining us today. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow, or maybe, if we're lucky, later in the show. And thank you for the kind words. Giggity, giggity. I will definitely keep up the good work. More viewers from Ireland. Latif is watching from India. Nice. And I feel my left hand getting a little cool. And looking at my wrist, I can confirm that my heated glove battery has given out. Time to replace it after this landing. Airlines. To my knowledge, this is the only flight that we are receiving at Schiphol that is arriving from Iraq. Airlines arriving from Erbil. Okido. The next airplane. Really hard to see. Bro 175 arriving from Darlington or Teesside. Kilo flight 964. Behind that should be the 777 that I tried to spot a few minutes ago, arriving from Sao Paulo. KLM flight 792. Mali also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment, the only runway in use for arrivals. If you join us later, you may have missed the 747, the only 747 of today's show. Cathay Cargo landing here on the Polderbaan earlier this morning. Within an hour from now, in 40 or so minutes, the Emirates A380 is going to make an appearance over here, arriving from Dubai, landing here at around 12:35 local time. The local time you can find in the bottom left corner of your screen. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It helps to bring in more people in the future. This is KLM flight 964, arriving from Teesside or Darlington. And that's one of the rare Embraers 175s that Schiphol hardly ever sees. Butt shot for the fans. Is that so, Lance? Darlington, where the English invented the train. Didn't know that. Jeff YCT, goedemorgen. Eres, goedemorgen. Flight Fanatics, goedemorgen kerel. Let's quickly turn back. KLM flight 792 is next to arrive from Sao Paulo, which is in Latin America, a continent where you can also find a country called Ecuador. This is a 777-300 10 hours and 33 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor uniform. Modest wheelie, but still a wheelie. Twin jet approaching. Looks like it might be a narrow body. It's on its way on the track that traffic from Frankfurt to the United States or Canada is on. Although it might also be an airplane that is arriving from Munich. They follow more or less the same route over Amsterdam over here. Russell is over there. He is keeping an eye out on us, but a bit more covertly than normally would be the case. Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, is up next. 7 hours and 35 minutes on the way. November 423 Delta X-Ray. It's an A330neo. 2 years old still. First flight June 2023. Hey, lipstick plane overhead, outbound. That's probably the same that we saw land here not too long ago. Now going back to Stockholm? Probably. The wind is still blowing from the east, and that means that the airplanes are crabbing, but they're crabbing away from us. Oh, bouncy. Main gear touchdown, and then it came loose. Almost. Or did it come loose? That was interesting to see. Did it come loose, or did it almost come loose after touchdown, the main gear? Russell Crowe stealing the show. Right. Coming up next should be KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg. There it is already. Embraer 175, and it's going to be followed by a 777-200 from KLM as well. Flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro, and after that a jet, an A321 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Saudia 777 is coming. Hey, Saudia 777. Saudia 777 freighter, Saudia cargo. For a moment I was confused. I thought, a passenger 777? They usually fly Dreamliners to Amsterdam, don't they? Unreal Brainrot asks if A330s ever have hard landings. That's a good question. Over here, hardly ever do we see them make anything. Make landings that are anything other than buttery. even under windy conditions, they often seem to manage it. Though I am pretty sure... In fact, I'm thinking, didn't we... Pretty sure I must have made a separate video of, I think it was an Air Canada A330 that made a hard landing, or it was a triple with wind shear. If an A330 would get caught with wind shear, then they too might make a less gentle landing than normally would be the case. But usually, if there is one airplane type that is very prone to making gentle landings, it is an A330. Absolutely. Next up, KLM Flight 706, arriving from Rio de Janeiro. That too is a city situated on a continent called Latin America, where you can also find a country called Ecuador. This is a 777-200, 10 hours and 29 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Golf. 21 years old already. KLM's 777-200s are significantly older than the 300s. Obviously, the 300 is a newer airplane type. And on average, there is a significant difference between the age of their 300s and 200s. And with the exception of the occasional pedestrian walking or walking their dog, it is eerily quiet here today. It is a Friday, the sun is even out, it's dry. In 6 months from now, I promise you it will be more busy than it is today, but I've been here almost all alone for almost the entirety of the stream. Hardly ever does that happen anymore these days. Yeah, so mostly blue sky immediately overhead, and just south of me to the southeast, southwest, it's all mostly blue. Though at the southerly horizon you can see high clouds. Looking directly east, further at the horizon, you can also see still cloudiness land inward, and the same can be said when looking to the north. A jet arriving from Istanbul is next to land here. It's an A321neo. This airplane has been on the way for 3 hours and 5 minutes. That is ballpark average. And my screen, the colors on my screen start to look a bit green now. With the morning light, you needed a bit warmer white balance, but I think I may need to cool it down a little. Reducing it with a few hundred kelvins. And welcome to the show, Oliver Locke, saying hi. How often are you live? Loving it. Well, weather permitting, Thursdays through Sundays. And thank you for the kind words, Oliver. Nice to hear you're enjoying. I hope that goes for everybody. If you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It helps to bring in new viewers in the future. In around half hour from now, the Emirates A380 will land here on this runway. Emirates Flight 147 is underway from Dubai and is expected here shortly after 12:30. Icelandair is arriving with a 757 today. Nicholas already announced earlier in the show, and he is now mentioning that that 757 is number 3 on the glide slope. This is KLM Flight 1020 arriving from Leeds. That's an Embraer 190. The Saudia freighter, 777 freighter should be behind it. Icelandair 757-200, is that in the old standard color? Yes, it is. I love that. I find that old livery is looking so much better than that sterile white and blue. A lot of the iterations, the new improved versions of liveries aren't that much better, I think. I do like the new upgrade of the standard livery of Saudia. But Iceland Air's choice to update their livery, I think, has turned out to be a bad one. Luckily, we can still enjoy what it used to look like before the current updated livery. The 757 is now number 2. Right after this is Saudia Flight 933, Saudia Cargo, 777 freighter, arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. 5 hours and 31 minutes on the way. And this is the Hotel Zulu Alpha Kilo 74, not an AK-47, but a Hazak 74. Hotel Zulu AK-74. Nice little correction with the rudder there, last minute. Says that the pilot apparently waved. I didn't see it, Lance. When not extremely zoomed in, it's hard for me to see the details going on in the cockpit when looking at a 3.5 inch screen. Iceland Air Flight 500 up next, ladies and gentlemen. Iceland Air Flight 500. And that is one of the 757-200s in old livery, still with the dark blue and orange. 3 hours underway. Usually it's 2 hours 40 minutes, so either they took a detour or they must have had a bit of headwind. Or they engaged the clock on which Flight Radar bases its flight time a bit early. It's a 26-year-old airplane that we're now seeing approach. First flight was in April 1999. Indulge, guys, this is becoming ever more of a rarity. 757s and also the Iceland Air previous standard livery. Hey there, Daniel. Who is tuning in from London today? Our traveling reporter, Daniel. Hadi Ton, goedemorgen. Jaron B, goedemiddag. It is afternoon. I apologize, I said good morning. It should be afternoon. Alright. 26-year-old 757-200. What a looker. Let's listen how it sounds like, what it sounds like. Even though it didn't use its reversers, or if it did, it didn't use them very loudly, it was still gorgeous to see and hear. there anybody watching right now who thinks that this livery looks worse than the newer livery with all the white and the dark blue? Just curious. Full rudder for making that right-hand turn. Yep. One of the few still flying. Pencil Unreal Brainrot says, I think that nickname was specifically for the 300, which is still a bit longer, but I'm perfectly okay with calling it the Pencil. Definitely, it is looking like a flying pencil. Prefer this one, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I know there are some that prefer the newer livery. I think it's a minority of people. I think that most people will agree that this looks better. I think the new livery of Iceland Air is a little uninspired. Where it had a distinct color scheme before, that dark blue and orange. It's become a dime in the dozen. Mike Flumman asks, do you know what the bleep sound is in the background? I do. I do. Doo-doo-doo. This box right here is the culprit. In it is equipment with which they measure the height of the cloud base. And apparently they do that with sound. That doo-doo-doo that you're hearing every now and then is coming from that box over there. Jeffrey, goedemiddag. Wietse, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. The Emirates A380 is underway and is expected within half an hour from now. If you joined us later, you may have missed the landing of a 7478 from Cathay Cargo, which also landed here on this runway. And another butt shot for the people loving them. Vueling, Hans' favorite. Next up we'll see a KLM E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bergen. After that an EasyJet A320 arriving from Belfast in Northern Ireland. A lot to see after that. And Shamrock behind that. So this is KLM flight 1164. It's an E2 Embraer. Oh, that's an E2 Embraer 195. That was my knee bumping into one of the tripod legs. 1 hour and 27 minutes in the way. The Papa Hotel, November X-ray Kilo. Big Karen cabin in the back. Spacious. No reverser landing for the E2 Embraer. People sighted on the bridge over there. Nice. Small kiddo having fun. You can see the barbed wire around the fence itself. The emergency entrance to the airside. Twin jet contrail over here. bit to the north of me, flying east to west. What could it be? Could it be Emirates? Delta. Is that an A350? No A350s coming to Schiphol yet. It's all A330s, Neos and 300s. Right, this is EasyJet flight 23051 arriving from Belfast in Northern Ireland. The Golf Echo Zulu Tango Bravo guest to be. The guest to be has been underway for 1 hour and 16 minutes. "767," Casper says. Hey, interesting. A 767. Well, there you go. It was looking a bit open to the south and southwest earlier, but now when I point the camera in the direction of the southwest, more cloudiness. The direction of the wind, though, is from over there, and you can see to the south more clouds. In the direction of the wind, relatively open. More to the north, more clouds. So more sunny weather right in a strip over us here at Schiphol. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see, and this is flight 263 arriving from Warsaw, 1 hour and 37 minutes on the way. Sierra Papa Lima Mike Charlie, the registration. Seven-year-old airplane. The first flight was in December 2018. That was a polished landing. As always. So yeah, the sun is out. Here and there, high clouds. The field behind me, I think, has been sown with winter wheat, and you can see it's starting to. The shoots are starting to get above the ground. Not sure how deep they are sown when they do get when the seeds do get sown, but slowly but surely it's starting to get a little green over here. The field further south, adjacent to it, already is a bit green. That was sown with winter wheat already a bit earlier. Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. That's an A320. 1 hour 13 minutes away. EIDVK Delta Victor Kilo. More butt shots in the making. Daniel is asking if I use a car to get to the Polderbaan. Yes. And how long does it take for you to get set up? Well, usually around half an hour or so, which is always why people ask me if I can relocate when runway use changes. The answer is no, because it will take half an hour for me to take things down. It will take me 5 to 10 minutes from here to drive to walk to my car. Then you need to relocate, which is also at least 20 minutes away. Then you need to go to a new location again by foot. Then you have to set up again. And I am using a big battery to power everything. This is a Bluetti power station, which is able to power everything that I have over here. Go to autofocus. The tripod is in the way a little. I cannot put the camera a little any lower than this without changing the orientation of the panhandle. But yeah, I have stuff with me. Yeah, hard to see. I do have a utility cart with me, but that is filled to the brim with stuff. Power station is able to provide power to everything for 8 hours or so, 7 to 8 hours. Still have it since the inception of the stream, still 3 years going strong. Highly recommend that machine. Shot little off axis. We're a bit further to the north because it seems that the tractors over here have wreaked havoc also a bit further to the north, or at least I thought I was positioned a bit further to the south last time I was here. Now the control coming this way, twin jet from Frankfurt or Munich or something. It's still pretty far away. Flight 1614, arriving from Milan. Jesco asks, what would you recommend is the best spotting position at Schiphol? Well, if you want to go for certainty, the Polderbaan is the best location because there's almost always action over here. Not always, but almost always. Maria already mentioned P3. If you're consuming for your own for your own personal use, then yes, P3 is one of the best locations to be positioned at. Chinese triple approaching overhead, going back to China. Ha, Klaartje, goedemorgen. No, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Lovely 777. Let's quickly turn back from 777 to Dreamliner. This is KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Now this is 7879 Dreamliner. 7.5 hours underway. McSwaggy says, no, triple, I think, winglets. Oh, then it was an A330. Air China Cargo, A330. All right. Glide slope shot. It's still two airplanes. It's a bit more contrasty than it was in the beginning. Still not much to write home about. Jeff asks, do I get a price for inappropriate use of emojis? Well, only if you do use them inappropriately. I find that AMS Live members are very restrained in their use of custom emojis. Harry Heron just now landed here in the water. Just goes to show how shallow the water is along the edges. Where is this Jesus? No, he's not walking on water. He's trotting through the water. Sharpening the knife. And having something to drink as well. Yum, 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 yum. As long as you stay away from the ducklings. Yep, sharpening. Which reminds me that I also have some kitchen knives that I still need to sharpen. KLM, flight 1800 in the SkyTeam livery. In the meantime, landed here. That's an Embraer 190. Air France flight 1640 will be next. That's an A220 arriving from Paris. "15 minutes ago, it departed from Paris. And this is the Hypno. Foxtrot, Hotel Papa, November, Oscar. Indeed, Paul, dental Heron dental routine. That's the right way to keep it sharp. Twin jet control passing overhead. Oh. Not the proper focus yet, but that is Condor, quite clearly visible. Focus at 32 meters. That should be infinity sorted. Green Condor. And he is on land. Enough with the drinking. Now it's time to do some sunbathing. Oh, and gone. Not too far though. But too far to walk for him. Firefighters over there. VW Golf. Transavia A321 Neo. Flight 5132 arriving from Barcelona. E2 Embraer 195, up next, arriving from Hamburg, flight 1754. I'm wondering, where is the A380? It is flying base. Trying to see if I can spot something resembling an A380. The answer is I'm unable to. I'm also not sure if it is visible already or if it is still too far to the north. It's probably too far to the north still. Floaty approach here. Also very buttery. Well done. Nicely done. Wouter has to leave after A380 and is already saying goodbye. Goodbye in advance, Wouter. Hopefully see you again in the weekend. Emirates A380, there it is. A Type 3 airplane glide slope shot with an airplane that you might want to look away from if you're Luton intolerant as number 1, EasyJet flight 22515. Where it's coming from, you can already guess probably. The second airplane in the middle is the E2 Embraer 195 from KLM arriving from Basel. And Lisa is also back in the chat. Bro, what up? Just in time. If you are Luton intolerant, you might want to look away. This next landing might give you the cramps. From London, Luton.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
And a sticker on the Kuwait A330 Neo that is following the A380. It has a sticker on it, so it must have been a good airplane. Now, some scribblings on this airplane as well. Is it the sticker? Or something else? It's your show. Get out of here. Get out there. Get out of here. Eurovision. But that has already passed. Russell and his crony are approaching, and so too are Russell and his mate. No, not Russell. Chris and Curtis Coot. Caleb at 1944. And behind it, Emirates Flight 147. Emirates Flight 147, an A380 arrival from Dubai. 6 hours 58 minutes on the way. Normally it would have been around 6.5 hours on the way, so must have had a bit of headwind, or it took a different route from deviating from normal. Registration Alpha 6 Echo Oscar uniform. A380 we are now seeing is 10 years old. Its first flight was in August 2015. Emirates A380, Kuwait A330 Neo, not too far behind it. Guys, if you guys are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like if you want to help us get more people in the chat in upcoming streams. All bow for the king, indeed. Will they use idle reverse landing? Will they land with idle reversers, or will they start using the reversers? And will we get loud? We will find out soon enough. Let's look and listen. At least we got more audio when the 7478 landed a few hours back. It's always nice to see, but it could have been better for the ears. Flying apartment building on wings has arrived. Next up will be Kuwait. Kuwait Airways arriving from Kuwait City. A330neo. And apparently with a sticker on it. Kuwait Airways flight 127 is up next with a national celebration sticker on it. Let's turn around the camera and have a look. It has become apparent on the glide slope already. There it is right now. That is the only airplane on the glide slope. Kuwait Airways arrived from Kuwait City, 5 hours and 48 minutes on the way. The 9K Alpha Papa India. 9 Kilo Alpha Papa India. Let's see, this airplane has been flying for 3 years now. Its career began in August 2022. After that, I am expecting a runway inspection of sorts. We'll have to wait a few minutes before the next traffic will be arriving here. There are airplanes approaching from the west, from the east and from the southwest. It's looking like maybe the Embraer 190 arriving from London City will arrive here first, although it might be neck and neck with the KLM 737 arriving from the east, arriving from Prague. The airplanes that are arriving from the southwest will also be approaching here, but will take a bit longer. Airplane outbound immediately overhead. Is that outbound? Yeah, it's not showing on flight radar as inbound, so unless it is an outbound airplane returning, then of course it wouldn't show on my flight radar, where I only have inbound enabled right now. Maria has to sign off. It's bedtime for her. Thank you for joining and sleep tight. See you tomorrow, Maria. Now, Kuwait A330neo with a sticker. It's been a good airplane, so let's have a look at the sticker. Wow. seriously underwhelming. It's a bit like when on Flight Radar it is mentioned that an E2 from KLM has a 1700 E-Jet sticker on it. It's only on one side, it's only very small. This is bigger, admittedly, but still. Alex says, Monday and Tuesday will be fun at Schiphol, test of F-35. Well, if it was on Monday and Tuesday, I would be able to go out and film it. It's on Tuesday and Wednesday. Or at least, unless they have changed the dates in the meantime. If they did, let me know. Because I will happily go out on Monday if there are F-35s at Schiphol on Monday. Hey Daniel, goedemiddag. Welcome back, mate. Hope you were in time to see the Emirates A380. I'm hearing firefighters. Or... yeah. Thought I was hearing firefighters, but I'm not seeing any flashlights. I do see an ambulance, but that is not using siren. That's just a regular ambulance going from A to B. Right. KLM Embraer 190 arrival from London City is looking like it is the next airplane to land here. It's still further to the northwest. Airplanes that are arriving from the southwest are also slowly but surely approaching. It seems like the hitchhiker has found a ride. Where was he? Over there. Still standing there with the suitcase, but it seems like a hitchhiker's guide has arrived with a car. Dennis, thank you so much for your super chat. You didn't have to use a super chat, but thank you so much. What was the problem yesterday that you had to close the stream? Well, I was filming on Schiphol's property with professional equipment, and I need permission for that. There's the Qatar A330 with its beautiful sticker. Must have been a really good airplane to get such a beautiful sticker. In the meantime, cloudiness is drifting in. It looks like the clouds, where the clouds are at, wind is blowing more from the south because the clouds are drifting in. It's getting closer by. And that patch of blue seems to be drifting further to the north. So even though on ground level maybe the wind is coming from over there, I think that higher up the wind might be a bit further southerly. And that is not good news, because that means that the clouds that you see over there are drifting in, and that means that the sun will slowly but surely disappear again against that thick layer of clouds. Hey, I spy with my little eye a big Emirates tail. The A380 is over there. I didn't even know that we were able to see it from here once it has crossed past the center runway, because looking at the orientation of the airplane, it has passed the center runway already. Bird control is coming this way. Let's see, we have a couple of 777s that are coming this way. KLM Flight 744 is flying just south of The Hague and west of Rotterdam. KLM Flight 751 arriving from Guayaquil is also in Dutch airspace already. Air China Cargo with the 777 freighter is arriving from Shanghai in the province of Groningen is where it is at right now. Indigo is in Dutch airspace. How many of these wide bodies have already been assigned to the center runway, guys? Because it is 12:48 and I am expecting the center runway to open up pretty soon. Will Indigo and Air China 777 still come to Polderbaan, or will they start going to the center runway already? I fear for the latter. Alright, if all is well, if all is well, there is a 737-800 on the glide slope arriving from Prague. It's not yet visible. It's also starting to look a tad bluish again. I think I need to up the white balance, get it a bit warmer. Go back to the setting that we had it on in the beginning. Cor asks if I am going live on the 27th and the 28th, and the answer is no, because AMS Live is still too small for me to live off, and that means I have a day job that I still have to do. That's on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and the nature of my work is such that it is pretty hard to get days off shortly in advance. Of course, there's always an exception if you have to call in sick, but I'm a bit annoyed by the last minute nature with which this whole exercise of the Air Force on Schiphol was announced. It's nice that it's happening. I'm sure it will happen again in the future probably, but too late for me to make changes in my schedule. Hey, Wietse says Center is not going to open for some time to come. Indigo is coming to the Polderbaan. That's good news. Chinese triple in the northeast of the country. Is that also coming to the center, to the Polderbaan still? At least a silver lining in that then. KLM Flight 1354, arrival from Prague in the Czech Republic up next. There it is. 1 hour and 2 minutes underway. Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Bravo. And that's an airplane that's 26 years old already. First flight April 1999. There is a big airplane starting right now. I'm wondering, is that on center or on 18 left? Wietse says, still unknown. I'm assuming Wietse is speaking in reference to the 777's runway assignment. The Chinese triple. Hey, nice, Polderbaan. Huh? Kaagbaan landing? What? Oh, okay. Hey, nice runway configuration. Thanks for the heads up, Dillard. So Kaagbaan is now being used for arrivals. Okay, that might lead to some... Yeah, and indeed, 09 is in use for departures. There it is. That's the big hitter that we heard just now. Right, so the Chinese is coming this way. It might result in the wide bodies arriving from the west going to runway 06 instead of Polderbaan. Yeah, KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima is looking very much like going to the wrong runway then. And I'm afraid that might also happen to KLM flight 751 then, arriving from Guayaquil. Jackie has to go. He is celebrating his birthday tomorrow already. Congratulations then, mate. Adrie is also signing off. See you tomorrow, mate. Okay, so this is looking like an intermediate runway use. Usually the current runway configuration with Polderbaan arrivals, Kaagbaan arrivals, Buitenvelderbaan departures is the intermediate step between changing from a northerly oriented runway configuration to a southerly runway configuration. It might actually lead to the next change being departures from Polderbaan and center and arrivals on Aalsmeerbaan from the south and the Kaagbaan. Using the Kaagbaan with wind from the east for arrivals makes sense. But the wind was southeasterly, and if it becomes a bit more northeasterly, it might be that pretty soon later in the day we are going to see a runway change. Where this runway will start to be used for departures. Probably won't be around for that to witness, but current runway configuration usually is an intermediate runway configuration which you see being implemented when the wind changes from north to south or vice versa. This is Transavia flight 5356, one of the many A321neos of Transavia. They're using their reverse thrust. Wolfgang says dash 804 outbound. Probably outbound. Should be coming this way then at some point. I'm already looking, I'm scanning the sky to see if we can spot it already. Should become apparent once it does clear the trees and whatnot. Right. Quick look back at Polderbaan because the next airplane arriving is close by. KLM flight 1076 arriving from Bristol. There it is. Outbound, yes. Okay, thanks for the confirmation, Wolfgang. I'm already looking over my right shoulder to see if I can spot it. The answer is not yet. Has it begun rolling already? Or... First officer. Squeaky brakes on an Embraer. Who would have thought? That's a first. Still lining up and waiting. Okay, thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. If you could let me know once it begins rolling. I think I can actually hear the propellers. Either that or it's just me imagining it, but once again hearing sirens from an emergency vehicle. I think the firefighters. Rolling now. Okay, thanks guys. Still narrow bodies for the time being here. Oh, listen, yeah. Two airplanes that you could start the engine, could hear the engine spool up from. Just before the jet, the high-pitched jet, you could hear the sound of the Dash 8. So somewhere over there I am expecting to see the contours of the Dash 8 Coast Guard appear. The wide body is over there. I'm struggling to find the Dash 8. Tractor behind me. Big tractor carrying sand. First tractor of the show. Right, the departure more easily to see. The departure for 09. The Dash 8 I'm still struggling to find. Incroyable. Transavia flight 6336 in the meantime landing here. Not sure where that mystery Dash 8 has gone to, but I'm struggling to find it, even though it should be visible from here. Right, already over the city of Amsterdam, so it took off further to the north. Okay. Well, I definitely heard it. I hope you guys did too. With the wind blowing from the east, things taking place at the main platform area are quite clearly audible here. All right, let's see. KLM flight 1852 over here, arriving from Munich. Gerrit has to sign off for dinner. See you later, Gerrit. And EJ Entertainment asks plans for the weekend, boy. Well, streaming, weather permitting. And the weather should permit me to stream tomorrow and on Sunday as well. Hey Yuri, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Embraer 175 arriving from Frankfurt, and behind it should be Indigo. There it is, Indigo, go, go. Arrived from Mumbai. So yeah, we had the sun out for a few hours, but now once again clouds are drifting in and it's looking a bit more dull again like it did in the beginning. I hope that with the colder weather that was expected for the upcoming weekend, a bit more sunny weather will also... that was a bit drifty. It will also get a bit more sunny, like we had yesterday. First officer, once again with the hand on the dash. I wonder how often those edges get cleaned by the cleaning crew. so regularly that you see pilots with their hand right on the edge of the control panel. Hey, Michael DCA also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Dennis asks, where's the tow truck for Indigo? That's a good question. I am looking behind me and I'm not seeing it yet. It seems that Indigo will have to make it to the platform area on own power. And again, as long as they don't stall the engines, as long as they're running, they should be able to make it. Provided they have enough fuel, but they probably still have enough fuel on board. Indigo Flight 21 arriving from Mumbai, 9 hours and 9 minutes. This airplane, operated by Norse, has been on the way, now touching down. So it definitely has gotten a bit busier as the day progressed, but as you can see, it is still very calm over here with respect to other people other than yours truly. A couple of pedestrians, some with kids, the odd cyclist, person doing some jogging. That's it. Krakow Balice Flight says, incredible show, thank you for the kind words. What lens do you use? We just saw the pilots. Well, I'm not using a lens, I'm using a Canon XA60, which is, believe it or not, a camcorder. The optical zoom on this camera equates to roughly 600 millimeters full frame. This is full optical zoom, and I still have, well, up to 800 times, but I always use up to 400 times of digital zoom because that is more than enough to get things really pixelated and grainy. This is top end of optical zoom, around 600 millimeters. This is fully zoomed out, but if you really want to engage telescope mode, you also can go a bit beyond with digital zoom, but you can see things start to get more grainy and more pixelated because it is digital zoom. But yeah, for shots in the cockpit, for instance, a bit modest use of digital zoom can't hurt. Zooming out, this is back to top end of optical zoom, and this is digital. With digital zoom, it's a bit easier to look into the cockpit. Air Baltic Flight 621 this was, arriving from Riga, Bombardier C Series 300. Next will be a Lufthansa A320, and after that the Chinese triple, which we can already see over there. Yuri asks, have they placed benches? Yeah, not more than already were here. There are a handful of benches. There's one over there. I think there might be one more further up, but that's it. And the only other one is over there. Now there's also still a slab of concrete, or is there? Yeah, no, there it is, right behind the bushes. There used to be camping tables here years ago, but apparently that drew too many people eating stuff, and that drew in too many birds. Or at least that's what I've heard is the reason why there are now fewer benches and no more camping tables. Lufthansa Flight 2304 arriving from Munich. So many of the airplane arriving from Munich. Busy route. The days roll by. Rolls by. Right, time for a Chinese triple, Air China Cargo. This one is a 777 freighter. The other one that passed overhead outbound was an A330 in hindsight. $11 and 31 minutes on the way. Bravo 2098 is its registration. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in May 2014. Fidel Castro at the 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock of the triple in the foreground. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. I certainly am still having great fun. I hope you guys are too. If you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It'll help to bring in more people in the future. The more the better. The more people watching, the faster I can do this full time. And then I can also go on Tuesdays and Wednesdays to Schiphol if I'm not being sent away. If there are F-35s practicing. Come on. So much more moisture on the runway than you think there is. But only if a big bird like a 777 starts using its reversers a bit more than modestly, you can see it being thrown into the air. So there's still plenty of moisture left. Soft landings, but definitely not, not gentle to the ear. Not this one. And a waft of jet fuel here flying into my nostrils. Hardly ever. Sometimes people ask, do you smell jet fuel over here or the exhaust gases here at the Polderbaan? The answer is almost never. But that is because the prevailing wind here is usually arriving from the west, and that means that the fumes are being blown away from me. Today, the wind is blowing everything towards us. Hey, Abhishek, thanks for the heads up. That's a nice one. Turkish Retro number 3. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. Absolutely one of the best out there. Best looking out there. Bill J is also back. Good to see you, Bill. Hope all is well. Transavia A321neo. This is arriving from Naples, Napoli, in Italy. That's Transavia also using their reversers. What? What's going on here? Hey, that's an interesting question, Tom. Photo for you is asking in Dutch if the runways here are made from Zoab, which is very open asphalt. And I'm not sure that they are. You'd think so. Then again, if you look at the spray that is sometimes still being thrown up, I'm not sure that it is. Isn't Zoab also more prone to getting holes in it when it freezes? Because if that's the case, that would be a counter-argument for choosing open asphalt as substrate for your runway, because it will mean you need to do repairs more regularly. So I'm not sure. I am not sure. I hope that that somebody is watching who is able to answer that question, because it is a very interesting question. Will J just now reporting in the chat, and this airplane was reporting from Billund. Next up, Turkish in the retro livery, flight 1957, an A330-200. Have a look on flight radar. It is a beautiful machine. We've seen it before here a few times already. I think it is one of the best looking retros out there. Turkish in the retro livery, 2 hours and 54 minutes on the way. Istanbul, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours, so this is a nominal flight duration. It's a Tango, Charlie, Juliet, November, Charlie. Airplane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in March 2006. And a warm welcome to Vijkach, which I hope I pronounced properly, who is tuning in from Switzerland and asks what equipment I am using. Well, the camera is an XA60. The tripod is a Sachtler Active 8 on Flowtech legs. Microphones are from Sennheiser, MKE 600 for ambient, and an ME2 with an ED something wireless kit. EPDR or something. And that is Turkish for if you like what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like. What a machine. WCDB says hello, good day to you too. Now the tractor is approaching. Yeah, I think it's the same tractor that is returning. That was delivering a lot of sand. Green tractor. Red trailer. And that trailer also, oh no, that I thought it said Super Zoom, but it said Super 2200. Next up will be KLM flight 1338, arriving from Wrocław in Poland. There it is, just about visible. Moustique says, Cathay Pacific new retro livery under A350 is also simply stunning. I don't think I've seen that before. I will have to look into that. That sounds like a pretty machine. Indeed, Paul, sand delivered. Sandcastle building will commence. They do have sandcastle matches, building matches, I think in Scheveningen, or has that stopped? I think, if I recall correctly, you could go to Scheveningen, which is right next to The Hague, where I think it was in the summer months they used to hold matches for building sandcastles. Halsworst has to go and is signing off. Thanks for joining on. So hopefully see you again tomorrow. Bastiel says Emirates is coming, 777 cargo. That's good news. Oh, is that the Transavia on steroids? Ah, yeah, Wolfgang did send me a picture then already before of the retro. I thought it was from a different carrier, which is why I couldn't put one plus one together. But yeah, it does look like, I have to agree with Wolfgang, who said it looks like a Transavia retro on steroids, that Cathay Pacific A350. Would be nice if that ever came to visit the Netherlands, but we know better than to get our hopes up high. Jeff asks, shouldn't it be Zandvoort? I'm pretty sure it was in Scheveningen, but it could also have been a bath place elsewhere in the country. let's have a look and see what else is coming. Royal Jordanian and Qatar are flying over the heartland of Germany. With the current runway configuration, that means that those two airplanes are going to be landing here on the Polderbaan. Suparna with a 777 is also underway, expected in 44 minutes. Right, Sandford. Ah, okay. I think I'm sobering up, Jeff. Apologies for not catching up that quickly. I'm also looking on Flight Radar to see what we can expect still. It does beg the question, will they change runway use to a southerly runway configuration, or at least taking off to the north, I should say. Let's have a look and see. So I'm taking you to the website bezoekbus.nl, where you can see the expected runway use right now from 1 o'clock till 1:40. Landings on Kaagbaan 06 and Polderbaan 18, right? Which is where we are. And then it's back to, yeah, it's going to stay arrivals here, and from 1:40 onward, it's going to be the Polderbaan only. It means that everything arriving after 1:40 is no longer going to be directed to the Kaagbaan, but only to the Polderbaan. That's good news. Means that the runway we are now standing at will be the primary runway still for the next hours to come. Well, there's still interesting traffic arriving from the east that will be here before the hour has passed, or around 2. So let's just continue filming. Royal Jordanian is always a beautiful airplane to see. There's a Qatar not too far behind it. Also a bizjet. I'm wondering if that might be landing here, or if it will be directed to either 04 or runway 22. So only temporarily for another 20 more minutes is runway 06 open. After that, everything that is headed for Schiphol will be landing here again. In the meantime, Emirates Sky Cargo over here, flight 9993, arrived from Dubai World Center. 6 hours 55 minutes on the way, 777 freighter. Let's look and listen. Like the A380, the this Emirates Triple also took a bit longer than normally would have been the case to get here. Usually the flight time as Emirates flies it between Dubai and Amsterdam averages around 6.5 hours, and almost exactly similar to the A380 that almost was underway for 7 hours. This 222 now almost 7 hours on the way, so it must probably be the wind or today's route. Hey, that's interesting, Jonas. Jonas says that Cathay also painted a 7478 freighter in the retro livery. Now those regularly visit Schiphol. And if I recall correctly, it was an A350-900 that they painted in retro livery, didn't they? Because Cathay Pacific flies the A350-1000 to Amsterdam. Hey. That's Fidel Castro. Why is that bastard sitting so far away? Come over here, buddy. You know you want to be filmed. Hey, I didn't know that. That's a nice tidbit of information there, Jonas. Does anybody know how many 7478 freighters Cathay has in their fleet? Because we see one of them to Amsterdam almost on a daily basis, if not on exactly a daily basis. Hey, Fidel's nephew. There's Fidel Castro sitting on. I think those are cameras that are being used to measure the visibility, to see how good or how poor visibility here is. All sorts of spikes on the red part, so obviously that bird is going to sit on the flat, no spikes containing bit that is still vacant. Royal Jordanian, 25 minutes out. These are effective spikes because you don't see the bird sitting where the spikes are at. The spikes in itself are effective. The construction of the contraption is not so much very effective. Well, it's not the same bird as we saw on the other side, Mali. The other bird was definitely the bigger cousin. I think that was Bird Buzzard. But I'm looking behind me to see if I can still spot Bird the Buzzard, but sadly no. This is Fidel Kestrel, and he is sitting there nicely, enjoying the view. All the spikes around him means that there's no competition that can sit right next to him, so he has the place all to himself. That's always nice. That's always a good feeling to have the place all to yourself. No people interfering with what you're doing. That's always nice. Next airplane arriving here is KLM Flight 1776. Arriving from Berlin, 737-800. Seems to come equipped with a carrying cabin, from what I can see here. 53 minutes on the way, that's a nominal flight duration. Berlin is around an hour's flight away, just like Copenhagen and Dublin. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Yankee, you could see it. 17 years old already, first flight January 2008. The sun is still out here, but only bleakly. You can see it's cloudy. It's not very densely clouded. You can still see bits of blue here and there. You can definitely see blue when I turn the camera to the east right now. We can still see the Emirates over there making its way over to the main platform area. From here, it looks like there's a line of trees right next to the taxiway. In actuality, those trees are much further back. It's only projection. Timothy wonders, no herons anywhere. Well, Harry the heron definitely landed here in the water to quench his thirst earlier in the show. Then he flew off. I'm looking around me right now because I am pretty sure I saw one heron not that long ago still here in the grass, but I don't remember, did I see it further south of me or further north? Right now it seems that they have gone on a lunch break, but that's not to say that they're not here. I've definitely sighted more than one heron over here today. Okay, well, it looks like we also might get another runway inspection because right now there's no inbound traffic to Polderbaan. I think that the next airplane landing on Polderbaan might be KLM Flight 1270, or has that been assigned? What's its altitude? It's flying at, oh, it's at 7,000 feet. That's going to the Kaagbaan. Interesting. So that means that we will probably start seeing a runway inspection sometime soon. KLM Flight 1032 to arriving from Manchester. What runway has that been assigned? Yeah, that's probably going to the Kaagbaan, right? Milotsu looked into it and says that Cathay has 20 747s, 6 400s, and 18 of them 800s. So that means that we have a 1/14th chance of seeing the special livery, the retro 7478, when on each day, because one of them will eventually come this way sooner or later. I'm looking forward to that already. even though it does bear semblance to the retro Transavia. It's still a very very interesting airplane to see, or at least an interesting livery. It looked impressive on the A350 already, as far as I could see, but if it's also being painted on a 7478, that will only make it look even more impressive. In the meantime, Frans, goedemiddag. Welcome back, mate. Good to see you. I hope all is well. As I thought, and this is a good sign, Polderbaan right now is not in use because K3 is doing a runway inspection. The reason this is good news is because this always is preceding the closure of another runway, and that means that the fact that K3 is now on the Polderbaan doing an inspection means that the Kaagbaan runway 06, where all inbound traffic is currently being directed to temporarily, will close again in a few minutes from now. And from then on, everything inbound will be coming to this runway again. Hey, is that a makeshift? Yeah, that's a mobile unit. I all of a sudden noticed, I already thought it was looking a bit odd. Thought that because there is one of those boxes already over there, I thought, am I seeing it properly? But I never paid much attention to it until just now I saw wheels and a ladder. What is that? Is that a pop-up ILS unit? Or is it a food truck? That would be a nice color scheme for a food truck, wouldn't it? It looks like it could be a food truck that sells hamburgers. For some reason, I associate that color scheme with a burger, with a. Did I say hamburgers? Hot dogs. For some reason, I associate the color scheme with a hot dog stand. Mobile KFC, yeah, of course, KFC. A boy scanner, Daniel says. Well, if that's the case, it might not have been activated yet, because unlike yesterday, thus far I've been out here for a few hours already, being allowed to stream uninterruptedly. This is me walking around the tripod. Like I said before, I'm also experimenting with feet on and the spikes on. The ground here is zompy, it's moist, it's even when you have spikes on, it's still, if you push a little, you can still move the tripod further into the ground, which is why today I've opted for putting back the feet on. Those are pretty wide and have a lot of surface area, but the ground here is not very firm, so if I move around, you'll notice. It does have a radar unit of sorts enabled, so a mobile Fibo. This talk about fast food joints is starting to make me hungry. Right, well, the silver lining is that the next airplanes to the Polderbaan are approaching and aren't too far off anymore. Interesting color scheme, blue on top, gray more on the bottom. Yeah, well, the first arrival will be in a few minutes. It's still flying over the coast of the Netherlands. The Kestrel seems to have gone, or has he? No, he just relocated a bit lower. The overview it provided is no longer to the liking of the Kestrel. Hey Cliff, good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Ah, that Kestrel is lovely, isn't it? I wish they would sit on the lanterns here a bit more close by so that we can film them a bit better. Right. Car on the cycling path from the roundabout coming this way. I think it might be the police. So one pass by of the Camar, one of the police. I'm thinking it might be the BMW from the BBS. BBS, de buitenbewaking Schiphol, or the department that is responsible for checking out the outer areas of Schiphol, and it is indeed the BBS. In fact, I think it was Rudolf's, I keep saying Rudolf because some of you miswrite his name, Rudolf. I think it was Rudolf's mate, actually, in the passenger seat driving by just now. Okay, then flight 1032 should be turning final further to the north. I'm not sure if I can spot it already because visibility to the north has not been that great. If only the airplanes were flying against this backdrop, it would be much easier to make them out. Also, if the airplanes don't have their landing lights engaged already, it is very hard to see them. Hadi Clement zegt goedemiddag, good to see you again. Matt says, funny that a Kestrel would sit there. I thought they would be too shy to rest at an airport. Well, the predator birds that you see over here aren't shy by any stretch of the imagination. The Kestrels are always hovering over here. You see them, there's quite a few of them, and you almost always see them whenever you look around. Right now, I don't see any hovering in the sky, but often when you look around, you see a bird and it's hovering perfectly still. That's usually a Kestrel. There it is. Let me go to auto focus, see if that makes it a bit better. Not sure that it did, but it's looking us right in the eyes. Such a pretty bird. It looks so cuddly. It looks very cuddly. Oh, mustn't give one bird too much attention because otherwise another one will sneak up behind you. Now acting all like nothing is going on. What? Oh, hey, I'm just here looking for food, you know. Now they're all jealous that you pay that Kestrel so much attention. But make sure that you pay us good attention as well. That's Russell for you. Auto focus, well-known photographer, indeed. Auto focus, auto, get out of here. Auto focus. Let's see. Still struggling. There it is. Jeez. Right, 737 Heaven has opened up. 737-800 followed by a 700, then followed by an 800, and then it is a break with an Embraer 190, then a 737-800, and then another Embraer 190. Royal Jordanian is approaching from the east and is now crossing the body of water that in Dutch is called Markermeer. Not too far behind it, we see a business arrived from Stuttgart, which I'm wondering if it is going to land here as well. Cessna Citation XLS, pretty good chance of it landing here as well. Ed is also tuning in again, tuning in from Woodland Shores in Illinois. Thanks for your entertainment, we need it. Well, thank you so much for tuning in again, Ed. Glad to hear you're enjoying. I'm happy to oblige. This is the BGA. So yeah, the sun is still out. The sun is out. And less dense clouds are not too far away from where the sun is now in the sky, but will it clear up? Will it get more sunny? I highly doubt it. I hope it will, but I'm afraid it might stay the way it is for the next few hours. Latif is waiting for Qatar. Qatar, where is it? Yeah, that's behind the BizJet. That is behind Royal Jordanian. So that's not too far away. 10 more minutes. And once again, you can hear Big Bird is pulling up. Runway 09 was in use for departures. I'm not sure if it is still the case, or if they've begun taking off again to the south. The latter might be the case. This is KLM flight 914, a 737 arriving from Aberdeen. Next arrival here. I'm looking behind me to see where I see an airplane emanate from the ground, to see if it's 18 left that they are using, or if it was still a departure from 09. And I'm not even able to see the airplane that we heard just now. Visibility was improving to an extent, and now it seems to be deteriorating again. In the meantime, Robert from, and hopefully I pronounced this somewhat properly, carefully, in Wales, is saying hi and says, I really enjoy your channel. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, mate, Robert. Really nice of you to say hi. If anybody is new to the channel and is enjoying, feel free to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Don't be afraid to say hi like Robert just now did. If you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't done so already. It'll help to bring in more viewers even in the future. Oh, that's me accidentally zooming in. Like I said before, I have a new tripod, and this is the first time I'm out here today, and I didn't position my tripod optimally. So my remote, my Zoom remote, which I'm using to zoom in and out without needing to touch the camera for more smooth footage, is now positioned in a way that when I'm filming in this area, both my hands are in each other's way. So learning curve. Next time I'm here filming arrivals, that should not be happening again. If you are new to the channel and you have any questions, feel free to shoot. Don't be shy. Many people are still watching. Together they know quite a lot, and will happily try to answer any questions that you might be having. So feel free to interact. Metalbird asks if I will be streaming next week when the F-35s land at Schiphol. And the answer is no. I have to work. It's a pity that they announced, they made the announcement so late, so last minute in advance. Interesting airplanes not too far away. Royal Jordanian, always nice to see, coming this way. We have our answer with respect to the BizJet. The BizJet, in fact, is already on route to the Oostbaan. More sand. That trailer is filled to the brim and then some. To the brim and then some. And what's that? Is that a seagull? I think it is. Yeah, that's a seagull. Right. Royal Jordanian has turned final and will be number 4 to land on Polderbaan, with number 1 being Air France Flight 1796. That's an Embraer arriving from Lyon. Massive sandcastle, Paul. Massive sandcastle. Hey Davey, good afternoon and welcome to the show, mate. Inescan is wondering in Dutch if the clouds over there are coming this way. I think you need to be a bit more specific, but the cloudiness that you see over here in the south is slowly drifting north, so that is coming this way. Everything that you see over there. On ground level, the wind is blowing from over there more or less, but higher up the wind is coming much more from over there. Yeah, and as you can see, the sun is now hiding behind the clouds in total. Next up will be a Transavia arriving from Seville. Seville in España. Let's see, this is one of the many 737s from Transavia. 2 hours and 19 minutes from Seville to Amsterdam. The Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Juliet. Asks about sight to Leiden. Well, on ground level or below the ceiling it is still doable, but contrails are near impossible to see. Only here do we still have a patch of openness. Also, everything arriving from Frankfurt/Munich will be hard to see unless they fly a more northerly route, because right now this is where most of the openness is. Behind me, hardly any. It's directly overhead a little bit, but further to the horizon, further towards Leiden, it is all cloudy right now. Oh, I think that the tractor over there was... Yeah, he was unloading. That trailer was still... and you can see it. You can see it over there. So the tractor unloaded its trailer right there. You can see the trailer still repositioning after it had gone a bit backwards to drop all of the sand. And according to Paul, we are approaching 800 likes. That's right, we're at we were at Dreamliner levels, 787. Nice to see that you guys are enjoying the show. I hope everybody still is having fun. I certainly am enjoying myself, and I hope you guys are too. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't done so already, if you are having fun. Hotel Echo X-ray Echo. Next up will be Royal Jordanian. Yeah, we can start building sandcastles right at the roundabout where this cycling path that I'm standing right next to begins. Grab your bucket. It's bouquet, eh? It's not bucket and spade, it's bouquet and spades. If there's one thing that we've learned from TV, it's that you should pronounce B-U-C-K-E-T as bouquet. Qatar approaching in 2 minutes, indeed. First up, Royal Jordanian Flight 151 arriving from Amman. Not to be confused with the country Oman, which is right next to Yemen. Yemen. Which I always remembered as Amen and yeah, man. But this is Amman. Amman. That's the capital of Jordan. Amman. Registration Juliet Yankee Romeo Alpha Charlie, 4 hours and 53 minutes away. Airplane hailing from April 2025, and that makes it brand new according to flight radar. Qatar 777 now as number 3. Sandwiched in between this and the triple will be a KLM A321neo arriving from London Heathrow, flight 1006. Jordanian also has E2 Emirates in this same livery, and those look even better, in my humble opinion. Timeless livery, but that also applies to Singapore Airlines. If you have seen one of those videos that I alluded to earlier a couple of weeks back, where you could see spotting videos on YouTube from Schiphol in the 1990s, you would also see that back then Singapore Airlines had almost exactly the same livery, if not precisely the same livery as they do today. A319 SAS 5 minutes out. Wolfgang says, is that an important flight for some reason? A321neo, KLM flight 1006 arriving from London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
And that's not the fuck off, but the facts off. Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Foxtrot. Right, let's quickly turn back. Qatar flight 273, Qatar Airways, arriving from Doha. Still have to get around to making the Doha sound effect from Do from Homer and Ha from Nelson from The Simpsons. Right. Qatar Airways flight 273, you can see that the wind is blowing from the east. The airplanes have been crabbing all the time, but the airplanes have been crabbing away from us. Normally, the predominant wind here is southwest, and when that blows and the airplanes are crabbing, they're crabbing with their noses leaning in against the wind and towards us. Right now, they're moving, they're crabbing, but a little away from us, so it looks a bit different than normal. That normally would be the case. This is Qatar Airways flight 273, arriving from Doha, 6 hours and 25 minutes to flight time. The Alpha 7 Bravo Echo Charlie. The back is beckoning. 11 years old, first flight July 2014. And not the cleanest of flaps. Now, I can hear an airplane that is passing by overhead, but am I able to see anything? The answer is no. Sadly not. Now, Suparna is approaching. Suparna arriving from Nanjing. That is a 777 freighter as well. I think that would make a suitable airplane to end today's stream with. Another busiest, but it's also looking like that is going to Schiphol Oost. Runway 22. Arriving from ACH. That's St. Gallen. Is that in the vicinity of Davos? Is St. Gallen where you fly to and from if you visit the World Economic Forum? Probably not, right? Robert Vren 747 asks, have you ever watched Big Jet TV from the UK? Big Jet TV, can't say that that name rings a bell. Hey there Alex, good afternoon, good to see you again, mate. Hey, you're welcome Latif, you're welcome. So they're still taking off from runway 09 then, eh? Interesting, because I thought that the website for expected runway use was indicating a different runway use. Then again, that website, I've said it before, is not 100% reliable. It's often right, most of the time, the vast majority of times it is right, I would say, but not necessarily all of the time. On the tri-point of borders between Germany, Swiss and Austria. Ah, okay, thanks Ramon, but is that in the vicinity of Davos? I know that Davos is also a bit to the southeast in Switzerland, but my topography is not that good in that neck of the woods, so... Right, SAS flight 547 is next to land here. It's an A319 arriving from Copenhagen. It's an A319, it's not an A320 Neo or anything, even though the cockpit makes it look it is a Neo, it most certainly isn't. It's a faker. They say fake it till you make it, and I think that was one of the herons, by the way. Nice wheelie, well done, pilot flying. Hey, you're welcome, Robert. Happy to oblige. Alright, Davos is 2 hours from Dignitas, but no one thought to redirect the orange man, baby. Hey, they struck a deal, so time spent well. Alright, let's see, where's the Suparna Triple? It's flying south of Hoorn, flying a more direct route to the glide slope of Polderbaan. 3 narrow bodies, including this 737 that will be preceding. This is KLM flight 1932, arriving from Geneva, which is also in Switzerland, but pretty much in the extreme west of the country. Hey, nice. Seems that we've crossed through 800 likes, 80% of an airplane dance done, and that on a Friday. Thank you all so much for that. Don't forget to leave a like if you have not done so and you are enjoying the show. It will help to bring in even more likes from more people in the future. We're not done yet, but the end of today's show is approaching. I will wrap up after the Suparna 777 freighter will have touched down here. It's underway. St. Gallen to Davos is 1 hour and 35 minutes by car, 132 kilometers, Wolfgang says. So thanks for looking that up, mate. So that's it is in the same part of the country, generally speaking, the southeast or southeast, but still a bit of driving to do. Next up will be KLM flight 8963, or at least that's the call sign. It's not a flight number, it's a call sign. And that tells me that this is a relocation flight or a flight returning from a training or maintenance. It's probably not containing passengers. I'm fiddling a little with rubber bands. Different tripod also means a differing panhandle. The panhandle of this tripod has a grip, but that's from hard plastic and not from rubber, and that's less grippy. That means that my rubber bands keep moving around a bit more than they did with the other panhandle. It's not too bad, but requires a bit of readjusting. Hey, Gilberto, who is reporting for duty but missed almost the entire show. Indeed. Well, better late than never is what they say, but it is almost time to wrap up. I think this is the penultimate airplane of today's show. It is arriving from Scotland, from a place called Edinburgh. This is Fax K, Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Kilo. Flight time has been 1 hour and 10 minutes. Fax K, brand new, first flight August 2025. The clear sky, the clear backdrop for the glide slope is drifting further to the north. In other words, the clouds that you see are getting lower and closer to the horizon every minute. It's a pity that it's all too little too late, because with the backdrop that you see over there, right in the middle, that makes all the airplanes stand out really far in advance. Phil Kestrel, once again, back at work, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. See what I'm talking about? Last airplane of the day is approaching. It is Suparna flight 87419. It's a 777 freighter. Bravo 227 X-ray. 11 hours and 36 minutes. The flight has lasted thus far to get here. Nanjing in China. Suparna still flying over Russian airspace. So it would have taken even longer had they had to fly around Russia. Hey, Han, also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Were you in Lurker's Lounge before already? Or did I miss your arrival earlier in the show? Probably the latter, knowing you. Apologies for that, mate. It is a relatively new airplane, brand new according to Flight Radar. That always means less than 1 year old. And in the case of this airplane, the first flight was in October 2025, so still under warranty. Only a few months in. Gilberto asks, when is the next stream? Well, that should be tomorrow, mate. Weather permitting. Always weather permitting, but should be out tomorrow and on Sunday as well. The Bravo 227 X-Ray. This is digital zoom, and if you go overboard, you can even see concentric circles around light sources. Anybody who knows a thing or two about astronomy knows that concentric circles is good. That means that your lenses are properly collimated or properly aligned. The fact that there is a colored edge. Well, no, that's blue. There's also different types of lenses, apochromatics and achromatics, where different colors have their focus at different points on different planes. In other words, you sometimes see blue fringes around stars with scopes that have cheaper constructions. Might be a new airplane, but the reversers seem to be working in good order. Nothing wrong with that. And that was the last airplane for today's show, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for me to wrap up and go home now. I thank you all very much for joining me here today. I had a great time. I enjoyed it a lot. And I hope you guys did too. If you did enjoy the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like on your way out. It will help to bring in more people in streams going forward. Our next stream should be tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you then. A massive big thanks for all the support, for all the many likes, the many gifted memberships as well. Thank you all so much for the super chats and the super stickers, any PayPal donations and merch shop purchases that might have also taken place in the meantime. A massive, massive big thanks once again to the moderators also for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. Hope to see you all in good health tomorrow. Take care and bye for now, guys. See you soon.